Melissa.
You been busy? So you been busy? Yeah. Forgot the mic is on. That's why I forgot the mic is on.
Requires them to give us a notice of their constitutional objections this year. And so that's what they're doing. Accept or deny, they certainly do ask for it. Do it based on the standard that the staff.
That's a lot of babies' plans tonight.
Good evening. Welcome to the City of Hampton Mayor and City Council regular session for April the 14th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. We're getting started at 6:39 in the council chamber at 17 East Main Street South, Hampton, Georgia, 30228. At this time, I call the meeting to order. I'm going to ask that Pastor John Dewberry would come forth and give us our invocation. If we would, please rise. Hello. All right.
Let's pray. Father, we love you so much and thank you for this day.
Jesus.
Thank you for your faithfulness to us.
Yes,
And
Lord.
Father, we pray now as we go about the business of government, we pray and ask that you allow us to be sensitive, allow us to be able to have hearing ears, but also caring hearts. And Father, I
Yes.
praise you in advance for everything you're going to do. I thank you so much for all those that came out today. I pray that you give each of them traveling grace and mercy as they leave this place, but not your presence. In Jesus' glorious name we do pray. Amen.
Amen.
Now we'll have our pledge of allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you guys so very much. I'm Mayor Ann Tarpley. To my far right is Councilmember Brooks, Councilmember Meeks, Councilmember Mitchell. On Zoom with us is Mayor Pro Tem Keisha White Williams, Councilmember DeShane, and Councilmember Cheney. At this time, I need a motion to approve the agenda as published for April the 14th.
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Councilmember DeShane to approve the agenda for regular session on April the 14th. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Meeks. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0. Moving on to presentation and approval of city council minutes. 3A, special call meeting minutes for January the 15th, 2026. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
I make a motion to approve January 15th, 2026 minutes.
Do I have a second? I have a motion by Councilmember Cheney and a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve the January 15th council special call meeting minutes for January the 15th. And any discussion from the council? Any discussion from the public? All in favor? Keisha?
Aye.
All right, I have a 6-0. Agenda item 3B, regular session meeting minutes for February the 10th, 2026. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve the February 10th, 2026 regular session meeting minutes. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor?
Aye.
Have a 6-0. Agenda item 3C, public hearing meeting minutes from February the 10th. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Councilmember Cheney. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember DeShane to approve the meeting minutes, public hearing meeting minutes for February the 10th, 2026. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0. Agenda item 3D, the special call work session minutes for February the 19th. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Councilmember DeShane to approve. Second by Councilmember Meeks. Any discussion from the council?
Yes. So I looked at the minutes and it shows where we had gone into executive session. I know we cannot talk about what was discussed, but I think it would be beneficial to have the minutes reflect the reason why we went into executive session. So for real estate, legal, cybersecurity, or personnel.
The minutes does reflect that.
Okay, hold on, let me go back to it.
Number 2.
February 19th.
Above going into executive session, it tells you real estate personnel, cybersecurity.
I know, but it should reflect one of those four. So it's just broad. It should reflect whether it was a meeting for real estate or whether it was a meeting for personnel or whether it was a meeting for the other two.
So we just,
if-
in executive session, we go into it for all four of those reasons, because those are the specific reasons that we're able to enter into executive session. As long as we list all four of them, we're covered. Is that right, Mr. Denmark?
You're certainly covered. I understand the Mayor Pro Tem was suggesting that, that the record reflect specifically which items we went into executive session to discuss. Did we discuss litigation? Did we discuss cybersecurity? And to say that specifically, I think that you're legally covered if you list all four, but you could elect to be specific and identify which precise bases you went into executive session to discuss.
And the only reason I am asking for this is because if a year from now I go back and look at the minutes, I don't know what we went into executive session for because those minutes are sealed. So if it reflects we went into executive session solely for the purpose of discussing real estate, that may jog my memory a little bit more than just these four broad topics.
Also, I just wanted to say, I think in January, when we were going to appoint Mr. Baker, we didn't specify specifically. We had a broad, and we were told that we needed to have specific, isn't that so, Mr. Denmark?
So executive session is covered under 4 things that we list every time we go into executive session. We tell the public that we're going in for real estate, personnel, cybersecurity, or, what's the 4th one?
Legal.
Legal. So that we can have the discussion about any of those topics during executive session. That is, I'm trying to figure out, what are you wanting this
Well, I'm just,
to reflect?
well, I guess for what
The
was the
minutes to
purpose?
reflect.
What was the purpose of the executive session? Was it for real? Because in January, we had to be specific about
Oh.
what it was we were going in for executive session for.
Madam Mayor, some cities will do it exactly. They will label all the reasons for going into executive session, litigation, personnel, real estate. But when they come out, they will come out and said, we are reconvening after whatever discussion that was had. If it was real estate, they would state that. If it was personnel, they would state that.
Okay. So it's left up to the council in regards to changing the minutes. Do you want to do that moving forward, or you want to go back on this?
I think we should start here. Like I said, a year from now, I may not remember why we went into executive session on February 19th. Because when I looked at the minutes today, I literally had to think, okay, what do we have an executive session for? So I think it would just be helpful for council to know when we're approving these minutes, because there's nothing here. It only says we went into executive session, we adjourned. That's it. It doesn't tell me or jog my recollection on what we discussed. So for me, I would like to see it reflected here and going forward. When we're meeting solely, whenever we go into executive session, I know we can't discuss, the clerk cannot put on the agenda exactly what was discussed. But if it's a matter of, if we go into executive session to discuss all 4, I think it needs to be outlined for a little bit more transparency as to why we're going into these meetings. That's it.
By thinking over, I think she got a point there, that we should make some adjustment to that going forward, so I can help myself too.
So I need a motion to amend I need a motion to amend the motion to approve special call work session minutes for February the 19th, 2026, because there's a motion on the floor. That amendment will be to add what we actually spoke about, which category we actually spoke of during executive session. Do I have a motion to amend
Madam Mayor, just for clarity, we done had so many meetings, I'm not gonna remember what the February 19th executive session was. So for me, it will be good to move from this day forward and include it, because
Okay.
I'm not gonna remember out of 18-minute meetings.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so moving forward, let's make sure that we add that to our minutes coming back out of executive session, whatever category it was, just the category, not what was discussed. And so I don't need amendment to the motion. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
Well, I think we should start here, because I really had to ask myself, what did we talk about in that meeting? So I think we should start here. So I'll go ahead, I make the motion that we amend the motion for the approval of the meeting minutes.
I second.
I have an amendment to the motion for February the 19th to add what we went into executive session about, and a first by Councilmember White Williams and a second by Councilmember Duchesne. All in favor?
Aye.
Martia? So I have a 6-0 to amend the agenda. So we're going to go back to February the 19th, and we're just going to add what we talked about. The category. I know you may have to have conversations with us to see if we remember. Yes. Okay. So everybody heard the statement of the clerk, or open up the may have to open up the sealed documents, one of those two things.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
that's not possible because the documents are not supposed to be open just because we don't know what it is.
Okay,
That's not how it works. I'm sorry.
okay. Okay, so we're gonna have a conversation with council, and we can have a, talk with the attorney, and we will move from there. So the amendment passed. Now I need a motion to approve the special call work session meeting minutes with the necessary changes for the executive session. All in favor? I already have a motion on the floor by Councilmember DeShane and Councilmember Meeks for this. All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0. Moving on to agenda item 4, acknowledgement of guests, proclamation plaques. Since we don't have any, we're going to have at this time, our youth council is going to come forth and give us an update. Mr. Jacorian and Ms. Savannah. Good evening.
Hello.
Speak up.
Hello, everybody.
Okay, so good evening, Mayor and
Good
Council. I recently had the opportunity to attend a youth council trip to Washington, D.C., where I saw many important landmarks that represents our nation's histories and values. At the National Museum of African American History and Culture, I learned about the strength and contribution of Black Americans. Visiting the Lincoln Memorial and the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial reminded me of the ongoing fight for freedom and equality. Even from a distance, I could see the White House and the U.S. Capitol, which made the experience even more powerful.
What we learned is that while America was founded on strong ideas, real progress has come from people who had the courage to stand up for what is right. From John Lewis to Malcolm X in the story of Emmett Till, they have changed. Their change has always required courage and sacrifice. This trip has taught us that America isn't perfect, but it is strong because of the people that continue to work to make it better. And it has also helped us that we can also help to make this country better, whether it is now or in the near future.
Thank you.
And these are all the pictures that we took. Thank you so much.
How many classes did you take?
Was it 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 4.
4 classes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm. Moving on to the city manager's update.
I'd call the police department up to the podium, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Police update, we have a couple things on it. If you can go to the first slide. You can go next. Thank you. He's here, not able to be over here. We have a minor incident going on. Mark Brown, we recently hired him. You read on there, he's a highly respected law enforcement professional who dedicated 33 years of service. A significant portion of Mark's career was devoted to advancing accreditation standards where he specialized in CALIA. I know some of our council members are familiar with CALIA. It is certainly on the horizon for the Hampton Police Department. When Mr. Baker first got here, that was one of his first questions of me, and I assured him that we were getting ready to take on that role. And Sergeant Brown retired as a lieutenant from Peachtree City, where he did 33 years. Peachtree City. He's done over 80 on-site inspections for law enforcement agencies. Prior to him coming to work here, we had him as a consultant to help us through our state certification. His abilities will certainly make our CALIA jump a lot less scary than it was a few months ago. So we're certainly happy to have him. He'll be here at a lot of the council meetings, so you guys will get to meet him. Next. Citizen contacts for the month, 656. Again, that number right there is how many times we come in contact with people, whether that's through traffic stops, calls for service, or anything to where a report or paperwork is initiated. We had 0 complaints for the month. Our response time, our self-imposed 5 minutes, is where we try to stay under. We have tried to shift that down to 4 minutes, and we stayed under it again this month. So great job to all the patrol staff. Next, do want to call each of these officers up. Officer Kyle Dorsey, Officer Dwayne Jones, Officer Stephen Justice, Officer Scott Laria, Officer Quintario Williams, Officer Gage Johnson, Lieutenant Larry Arnold, and Detective Robertson. If y'all will, come right up here.
Don't be scared. We're not gonna bite you. Y'all got the guns.
You do it.
Never mind. Mayor and council and members of our community, tonight I have the honor of recognizing outstanding service by members of the Hampton Police Department during a critical incident that occurred on March the 9th, 2026 at 230 Kendall Drive. Our officers responded to a domestic violence call involving an armed individual making threats to take the lives of his family members. The initial responding officers, Detective Robertson, Officer Justice, Officer Dorsey, Officer Johnson, Officer Laria, Officer Jones, and Officer Williams arrived without hesitation. They secured the scene and protected those in danger. The suspect was armed, wearing a ballistic body armor, threatening law enforcement. Despite this, our officers showed discipline and restraint. Lieutenant Arnold arrived on scene and assumed command. His leadership brought control, coordination, and focus. Because of their action, this suspect was taken into custody without injury to anyone involved, including the suspect. This outcome reflects training, professionalism, and leadership under pressure. To every officer involved, thank you for your courage and your service. Officer Dorsey? Officer Jones? Officer Justice? Officer Laria? Officer Williams? Officer Johnson? Lieutenant Arnold is dealing with that incident we spoke of, and Detective Robertson. Again, thank you for the work you do every day, specifically on this incident, but you are appreciated by the city of Hampton, by both the mayor and the council, by the command staff, and certainly by the citizens of Hampton. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to say something about the incident and that you guys are being honored for. I got one of our citizens' house is across the street, and she came in my office right before we were getting ready. It was a meeting day or something.
Committee.
Yeah,
Committee
committee or
meeting.
something. But she said, "Look at my Ring camera. Look at what's going on." And I was like, yeah, I know. We're going to make sure that we take care of everybody. And she was up here because she couldn't get home, but she was very understanding about securing the environment. So thank you
Yes,
guys so very much. Thank
And
you, Chief, for your leadership.
And I'll point out, Mr. Baker as well, was
That's right, he
early
was on
on.
site.
He
Mhm.
arrived on site that night as well, and
That's right.
and helped me stay calm. I still get it, you know, the heartbeat gets up, so he certainly helped.
Thank you.
I want to see Officer Johnson. Is he here?
Officer Johnson? Yes. You can bring him on.
Gage.
Bring him on up.
Bring him up.
A lot of these officers are off tonight, and we ask them to come in to be
Officer
recognized.
Johnson, I remember you when you first started. when you sent it to school for training. I'm very appreciate you still here. Like all this beard and I getting beat. I'm very happy that you're still here. I'm very happy to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Officer Johnson is one of the first ones that I sent through. He was the first one I sent through. He's been with us for about 4 years now, close to it. And he is a former Truett's employee. And he was the first person that I took the leap of faith, and the council along with me, Mr. Mitchell remembers, we sent him to Police Academy. He's done a fantastic job for us, so
He has.
thank y'all.
Thank you. Public Works. Mr. King.
Good evening, Madam Mayor,
Hi.
council member, and citizens of Hampton. All right, so back for 21st of March, we had the spring cleanup. It didn't get the turnout we wanted, but we were able to get the job done. So hopefully in the future we'll get more be folks out there to help us. But it was a good day, nice weather, and we actually picked up a lot of trash that day. So, next slide, please.
Go back. The park.
Go back one
One
more.
more.
All right, so McBrayer Park is coming along. There's actually a condition outside. I don't know if you actually saw it. If you didn't get a chance to look at it on the way out. So we're coming along on schedule right now. Scheduled to be complete by mid to the end of June. Hopefully the weather stays the way it has been. We haven't been receiving much rain for the month of April, and it's looking good. I think everybody will be pleased with the final outcome. Next slide, please. As always, we've been busy. We completed 132 work orders in the month of March, 712 miles of road swept, and we had approximately 31 citizen contacts. And that's it in a nutshell. We're moving right along. Any questions from anyone?
Any questions?
You say the park would be complete by the end of June?
Yes, sir.
That's
Mid to the end of June, everything, yeah. That's the schedule.
Hey,
All right, let's get it.
Go on and get it done.
You know,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Public Works.
Yes, ma'am.
That 712 miles, is that with that new automobile that we have?
The sweeper? Yes, ma'am.
All right, so that's all.
He's on the schedule. At any day you call me, I can tell you exactly where he's at. All right?
Thank you. All right. Next, we're going to have our Utilities Director, Mr. West.
Madam Mayor, Council, good afternoon. How's everyone doing?
Wonderful.
You can go to the next slide. Electric, we had 69 work orders total, 2 power outages, 6, now 7 pole replacements. Still got some more to do. You can go to the next one, please. Next slide. Yeah, that right there. Thankfully, we got to it in time. I know it doesn't look like much, but that is a sewer line. So in the event that it would have fallen into the creek, that would have been not good for the city and probably not good for me. But we got that taken care of. Had a total of 80 work orders for the wastewater treatment plant. Go to the next slide, please. 251 work orders total. 10 or more leaks repaired. I'd also like to add, we were kind of very short-staffed the last month. But by the grace of God and the hard work and dedication of people on the staff, we were able to push things through and get things accomplished in spite of. I think that's it. Is that all sides? Thank you. Anybody got any questions, comments, concerns?
Are we still short on staff?
We are. And that's an ongoing battle. And you make do with what you have, but we're in the process of trying to get some more help.
How many?
I'm gonna say what? How many is Andrew? 3, 2 or 3, at least.
Just in water?
Yeah, that's just in water. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and we had a couple out for some issues, but I think we're gonna get there. I mean, we're doing a lot. We're in a lot better shape than we were when I got here, and that's all that matters. Looking forward, we're in good shape.
This wastewater treatment plant, this pipe?
Yes, ma'am. The one that was pictured?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was over in the creek off of Winford Ridge and subdivision.
And this is the way we built it?
No, that's the way it was fixed. So it was sagging over the creek. It was just a matter of time before it came apart, and then you had sewage in the creek. So someone found it, thank God, and alerted us. So it was just a matter of getting someone out there qualified to fix it. I just don't have the staff. I don't have the experienced staff to do so. But it's not an issue anymore. I mean, it doesn't look the best, but it will suffice. I mean, the biggest thing is it's not going to fall anymore. That's what we want, to keep it in the pipe.
Amen. All right.
Uh,
Any questions from the council?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the community development update.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Let's see if this is, Michelle, I don't know if it's going to work. Okay, thank you. So community development, this is a March update. It's not a cumulative, it's just for March. So we've done 10 business license, 20 building permits, no new zoning applications, 14 development projects are underway. We haven't applied for any grants this past month, and the current grants that we have are still chugging along in good standings. I hope that you all have noticed on our website that we had an announcement from Oscof's office for the stormwater grant that we were awarded from the Congressional Direct Spending, which was close to $1 million. So we're super excited about that publicity for the city and to be honored by the congressman. Next slide. These are the projects. There have been no changes since last month. Next slide. And I guess that's it.
Any questions from Ms. Wanda,
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Last month, we put a stop in there on the gas station to define what is called grocery store. And have you any action on that yet?
So that will be before you guys in May.
Okay.
When the moratorium was in place and the attorney got direction from council, there wasn't time afforded to make the legal ad and notice for it to be on tonight's agenda, but it has been advertised and you guys will see that in May.
Okay.
Okay.
Any further, council? Comments from the public? All right. Moving on to city manager. Oh, IT, I'm sorry, come on. Look, I was gonna let you be the city manager tonight, sorry, Michelle. IT department.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
As usual, I'm trying to make this short and brief. Did you put in a ticket? That's my favorite line still. There were 50 tickets open last month, 50 tickets closed last month, and none is outstanding currently. Well, maybe not currently, but in March. Before I get into that, I do want to note a little bit of changes that we have had from the IT department. We did, I don't know if anyone noticed the signage coming in to the building. We did add some signage to try to get some information to the public. We also, at the end of March, rolled our new website out. We're asking that you guys please still give us some patience with that as new changes come. Sometimes there are mistakes that are there, but we are actively correcting those. Another IT aha moment. As usual, I like to make sure that I'm helping the public as I help with the staff with different things with IT. So today we're going to talk about people's favorite thing, which is passwords and password safety. I know it's a little cumbersome sometimes to have to put in your password every time for things, but it is important because you don't want people into things like your bank account. Unless you do, and you can give your password to me, I'll take it. What you want to do, though, is you want to make sure, though, when you have passwords, is to use a mix of characters. They use symbols, numbers, capitalization. Sometimes they may ask you for two-factor, and I do know that can also be a little annoying sometimes, but it's also a second form of security to keep people out of your things. Avoid common passwords like I love you 123, password 123, secret 321. Those are all things that are easily guessed. I can probably guess about 10 people's passwords right now from the staff. I won't say them, but I know what they are. you want to employ paraphrases or passphrases. Whenever I put my password in, people are always kind of amazed because my password has about 32 characters. It's just a phrase, so I use anything like, I love my daughter a lot. She goes to this school, blah, 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 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a very long password, but it's easy to remember because it's a phrase that I know, and I do love my daughter. That's not what my password is, by the way. Use unique passwords for different accounts. Sometimes it is common for people to use the same password for every single thing that you have. If I can get into your bank account, I can also get into your Social Security and anything else that you have because I know that you use the same password. We want to try to not do that. One of the tools that we use to stop from using that pattern is to use a password manager, not to write things down on a notebook and keep it in a locked drawer. We want to use a password manager. It is like a software or app for your phone. All you have to do is remember one password, and it'll give you access to all of your passwords just by going to the website, and it'll input it for you. That's just the easiest way. That's all I got.
Or use your face.
Biometrics is another thing, but we're not going to talk about that today. I can talk about this all day, but we're not going to do that.
I have a question, Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you very much for the sign and so forth. Question to you. The reader board. I'm kind of, as we continue to revitalize downtown, put signage and stuff up, and when I drove by, I can't see. I see a blank rectangle.
You mean by
stuff.
the depot?
Yes.
I explained that in the last council meeting. The transformer is blown. So what we're doing with the city manager, I spoke to him about it. We're trying to get some new signage. That sign has probably been there a very long time. And trying to replace the transformer, you might as well replace the entire sign. So that's what we're looking into right now.
And that's about $10,000.
I can't quote any numbers because the numbers haven't been quoted to me as of yet, but we are researching it. But when I have those numbers, guess where I'm coming? Back to you.
Any other questions, council? Citizens? Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
City manager,
Yes, ma'am. HR is next.
HR.
I know, yeah.
I didn't have
it. Yeah, they don't have it.
Sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mine is short. Next one, please. Okay, this is going to cover head counts, vacancy counts, and claims counts. Okay, current head count, head count from March 2026 was 83, with 9 vacancies and 2 claims. And these are the vacancies by department. As of March, again, 2026, some of those have been filled. Next slide, please. Okay, again, for more information on how to apply for a job, we are still hiring. You can visit our website, email your resume and cover letter to careers@hamptonga.gov, or stop by City Hall to retrieve a paper application.
Can you guys email this to the council, your section, because I don't have it and I need to put it in my packet.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember.
What are the 2 claims?
I would be glad to release those to the city manager if you'd like to know in executive session.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the public? All right, thank you, Ms. Atwater. Now, city manager.
We're trying to get out of here.
Thank you. We're currently working with the real estate acquisitions for some housing, not only for the city proper, but also for the development authorities. We do have some bids out for the completion of the demolition, rather, of the 2 properties down on Main Street for the DDA. We have a strong focus on trying to get the MOUs completed that we need to have done. Mixed into that is moving that project along through the Henry County Water Authority, trying to make sure we get the master meters in place, and we have an agreement on that. I think we're very close to doing that. And also with the staffing issues that you've heard, we're looking at some alternative ways to come in with some staffing. So that is on our radar, and we have had some discussions around that, so we can get some qualified personnel, particularly in those specialty situations.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, moving on to agenda item 7, unfinished business, second read and adoption. Consideration and action to approve second read of ordinance 2026-01 to annex certain properties bearing address of 1019 Highway 1941, partial ID number 008-01019000, and being 2.01 plus or minus acres into the city pursuant to the 100% method of OCG 363621 to amend the maps of the city and adjacent territories to show the present and proposed boundaries of the city. I believe we have an attorney.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. We appreciate the opportunity to come before you for the second reading. I'm Paul Jakowski with the law firm of Heck Walker Jordan. On behalf of the applicant and the owner of the property, Secor Financial. Much of the information regarding staff recommendations was heard at the first reading, and at that time I know that the council had questions about what the potential end use was, and between that meeting and tonight, we do have a potential buyer for the property. It is a trucking company that wants to purchase the property for a service and maintenance facility for its own fleet. It's fairly early in the process with the buyer, so they didn't want to divulge the name. Other than it's a large trucking company. This is not going to be a retail facility. It's simply going to be servicing their own trucks. And that use is allowed under the requested zoning in this case. But I wanted to reiterate that there are some natural features to this property that make it unsuitable for any type of retail or public-facing business because there's no visibility and very limited frontage along the highway. They essentially have a 40-foot drive that extends back about 100 feet to the usable portion of the property. Then on the back of the property, you've got Bear Creek, which has a undisturbed buffer by state law, and then a 100-year floodplain that will extend approximately the rear 72 feet of the property. So what that does is it significantly buffers this use from the adjacent residential to the rear, because that undisturbed buffer, of course, goes on the other side of the creek as well. So when you look at the overhead, you can see that there's a thickly wooded approximately 150 feet of tree line separating the residences from where the service facility would be. And we had a paper copy distributed because we actually received that conceptual plan only yesterday. But you can see where they oriented the service facility, which will be approximately 6,000 square feet. It's could be characterized in what is the northwest quadrant of the usable portion of the property. So it's oriented so that it is away from the residential uses, and the service bays will not face the residences, which is one of the proposed conditions for rezoning if that use was ultimately approved. We believe that water and sewer would be available through the county. That will be a matter for the buyer's due diligence, and they would need to confirm availability of water and sewer before any development could be approved. And then, of course, one of the issues with any development on that property is going to be access to the highway. Right now, they have a shared drive with the Southern States facility immediately to the south. Right now, they're able to use that drive, but ultimately, they would want something more concrete, either through an easement with Southern States or with a separate curb cut approved by GDOT. Again, that would be something that would be approved at the development stage. I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all may have.
Council, do you have any questions?
So what happens if this deal doesn't go through and we're approving and you're asking for us to annex and, I guess, rezone, but this type of business or doesn't buy it or the deal doesn't go?
It's my understanding from talking to the broker that if the property is rezoned, they will purchase it, that they're committed to purchase for this use if the property is rezoned.
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember White Williams, give us one moment. Mr. Mitchell.
Can you define to me trucking company? Is it six-wheeler, four-wheeler? What are you talking about?
These will be large trucks, tractor trailers, if that's the question.
Eight-wheeler, 10-wheeler, 12-wheeler?
18.
18-wheeler?
18-wheelers. But keep in mind that it is a service and maintenance facility, so if it's engine maintenance, you only need the cab on site. Trailers wouldn't be needed on site unless they're checking brakes or doing service to those trailers. The usable portion of this property is quite limited because of the setbacks. So there won't be room to store trucks. They'll be brought in and serviced and then put back out on the road where they're making money for the company.
Councilmember White Williams.
So my concern is the use for this property. There is no light between Lower Woolsey, Upper Woolsey, and Oak Street. So if these 18-wheelers are coming in from Lovejoy to Hampton, how are they going to be able to turn to make that turn to go in the opposite direction? Because if my memory serves me correctly, you can't just make a left and go directly into Southern States. Mm-hmm. You have to go down and turn around. So if we're talking about having 18-wheelers with a trailer that may need to be inspected for brake work, I don't think the highway is wide enough for an 18-wheeler to make a U-turn, which means they would have to go all the way down past the Wendy's, past Lower Woolsey, come back up, and then head back north on 1941. That is my concern with flow of traffic. I just don't see how that particular use, if it was, maybe a 26-foot truck, like a box truck or smaller, that they were going to be using it for, it could make sense. But now you're talking 18-wheelers, possible trailers from time to time. I just don't see how that would be, I just see it being a problem. And I don't know if GDOT is willing to add a light there to accommodate these 18-wheelers being able to make a left turn if they're headed south. In my head, I'm just seeing it being not a wise use for that particular type of business. If there was something else, possibly.
So I have a question in regards to the shared driveway. Do you guys currently have a letter or an agreement in place with Southern States, or are you just saying that they let you use their property to turn into this property?
No, ma'am. There is no easement or a formal agreement, but that is the only access from the roadway to the property. We were not involved in that aspect of it. There was that discussion between our client and Southern States. And ultimately, Southern States decided to let them use it for the time being. When there's an end user for the property, it will be up to that buyer to either negotiate an easement, if they can, or to go to GDOT, to get a curb cut or to have it widened so that they can get in. And if I could address Councilwoman White Williams' comments, traffic control at that entrance was raised as a concern or an observation by the staff. That's something else that, in conjunction with trying to get a curb cut approved by GDOT, they could explore some traffic control at that entrance. And this is not going to be a shipping facility, so the trucks in and out, it's not going to be as frequent as a delivery facility where they're bringing in empty trucks, filling them, and constantly bringing them in and out. These will be vehicles brought in, serviced on site, and then taken back out on the road, and they won't be stored there. But there are ways to address, safe entry or ingress and egress by maybe requiring them to make a right, and if they have to go down a mile or two before they can turn around, trucks do that all the time. So those things, as a matter of safety, both for the drivers and for the public, those can be discussed when they get to the point of developing.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Meeks.
I'm fortunate enough to be located beside the transfer station where they do their maintenance. Quite often I get to hear the rat-a-tat-tat of the air gun and changing tires and all the maintenance they do. And you're going to be right beside a church, and you're going to be right beside a residential area, and I'm wondering about the hours of operation also. Why annex? Will the county not allow these things? What is the impetus behind wanting to annex?
I'll answer your second question first. Henry County has this as currently agricultural residential, and on their future land use map, low density residential, which really isn't even in keeping with the existing uses in the area. City of Hampton does have plans of having a commercial and industrial corridor going up the highway, which we believe this is consistent with. I thought about the proximity to the church. Facilities like this normally wouldn't operate early on a Sunday morning, but if there was a condition, I think they would happily not operate, even if they were going to be open on Sundays, not during hours of worship. That's quite reasonable.
I'm not familiar with which days this particular group meets, but still you're next door to a residential area also, and I realize that the tree will provide a barrier, but that sound is going to carry, and the access, I just don't understand. I understand that the county has it zoned RA, and have you approached the county to see about zoning, having it rezoned in the county?
The county was not receptive. Because of their future land use plan, it would have required an amendment to that future land use map. And if the property was annexed into the city as RA, it would immediately be non-conforming because there's a 200-foot road frontage requirement for that zone. And currently they have 40 feet, which is essentially that extended drive.
And the 40 feet is not enough for access. It's the road frontage for the road. There would have to be a shared driveway.
Well, a portion of that is on on the Southern States property. But, you know, there are prescriptive easements and easements by necessity, and this could arguably fall into either of those categories.
Councilmember White Williams, did you have another comment?
No, thank you.
So I'll just say, we already are kind of facing issues with, we have Southern States right here in town. We get stuck on the railroad track, big trucks coming through, tearing up the roads. And with the point that Councilmember White Williams made coming from the north side, that first access turn, to be able to get to the Southern State the road, the entrance to this is going to be at the Liberty Square Park community, where the bell tower has been hit multiple times. They tear up the curb, and of course, we don't know what GDOT is going to do, if they're going to do an R cut or whatever on there. I would suggest to the council that we leave this alone, that it stays in the county, that we don't annex in it, let them figure out what they want to do with this piece, and because if you annex it into the city, then it becomes our problem, then we take on the liability. And I believe our future land use map does allow for M1 in that area next to Southern States, and therefore they will then have a case of saying, well, it's right next to your M1 zoning, and I just think it would be best for us, if we don't want to take on those issues and those problems, to just leave it in the county where it is without any further.
Madam Mayor, I agree with your position on that.
All right, I have consideration and action on the second read of ordinance 2026-01 to annex the certain property bearing address 1019 Highway 1941, partial ID 008-0101-9000. I need a motion to deny.
I make a motion to deny.
So moved.
I have a motion to deny by Councilmember DeShane. Do I have the second by Mayor Pro Tem White Williams?
Yes.
Any further discussion from council? Discussion from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to consideration and recommendations by the mayor and council for the second reading of ordinance of 2026-02. I believe it becomes obsolete at this point in time because we did not annex that item into the agenda. Is that correct, Mr. Denmark? All right, so do we need a motion to remove it from the agenda, or?
Madam Mayor, you can just determine that the matter has been rendered moot.
Okay. So this item, second read for ordinance 2026-02 is no longer, is a moot point for us to take action on. So we will move on to agenda item 7C, consideration and action by the mayor and council on the second read of ordinance 2026-03, ordinance number 2026-04, and ordinance number 2026-05. They are variance requests, which is variance 26-001, variance 26-002, and variance 26-003, and variance 26-004. 32 East Main Street South, partial number H07010090,000, aka the Circle K gas station. The purpose of the variance request is to seek relief of specific regulations in the downtown mixed-use zoning district, section 3-20 A and B, ordinance 2026-03. Appendix A, Article 3, Section 3-19, F.8, and Ordinance 2026-04, and Section 7-1, H.2, Ordinance number 2026-05. Is the applicant here? The applicant is not here. I will say that our staff did reach out to them and start the discussion that we talked about on last month to give them opportunity to be able to go with the feasible design that staff presented to them that would not require a variance. They have sent something back which was totally different and off, and so we want to make a decision on rate. And the reason I believe, and Mr. Denmark, Attorney Denmark, you can tell me on a variance request, I know with annexation and things of that nature, it's a year before they can come back before us. Is it the same with the variance request?
can't remember, I get confused. It might be 6 months. I can't remember what
all
the
right.
rule is for that.
Ms. Wanda, do you have anything other than that to add?
I would like to add, after the last meeting, staff relayed the wishes of the council that the entrance to the parking be reoriented. So we did a quick analysis and showed them how the parking could be interior to their drives that they were showing. And then they sent back something else that basically was the same thing. And so they had reached out while I was on, I believe while I was on vacation. And then when I got back, we didn't have opportunity to have a coordinated meeting with just different schedules. But they hadn't come down on any of the requested criteria that was presented by you guys.
So a denial of this will require them to wait an additional 6 to 12 months if they want to come back before us in regards to this variance.
Okay.
All right.
Madam Mayor, can we table this
I believe we can.
instead of
For the
denying
second
it?
read.
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Mayor and Council, I want to know, what is the purpose of postponing it? The council is, my position is no variance. That's my position is. So, I don't see, if the council's wishes for no variance, but the vote is first, there's no wish to extend it. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, may I speak?
Yes.
So the applicant came to the city staff with a desire to relocate the canopy. We met with Historic Preservation, and they came to a consensus that they could do that and not impact the district and still be in line with the guidelines. What they're proposing helps the current situation as far as we have that weird cut-through access on the corner where you have people just coming at all different angles through the Circle K parking lot. And so the proposed parking would restrict that movement, add more landscaping, add a sidewalk that we currently do not have, add crosswalks. The issue is working out that parking that's right in front of the store. Whether the downtown mixed use does not have parking requirements. So we're not telling that development or that site that you gotta have 8 spaces per square foot. In downtown mixed use, the parking is a non-issue. So they could legitimately work with us and move the parking that's directly in front of the store and just take all that out and leave the parking on the side, and then you wouldn't be able to cut through, and then have parking as you go into it to get gas right there at the front of the store. There would only be 3 spaces versus 5 spaces, but I would imagine it would be worth postponing just to at least have them come back and say that they would be willing to work with us on that, since it would improve the facility so much. If it's the intent for the mayor and council to do away with the use because they may consider not being able to move the gas pumps and fix the parking, a certain issue to their business, that I haven't had that discussion with them. If they didn't get approval, would they just be interested in closing shop? And then what does that mean in y'all's minds?
Can I say something? Councilmember Mitchell?
What I'm focusing on is the variance, not the design.
Yeah.
If they require variances, similar to what we denied, I am not in favor.
Sure.
But
and-
if
Mhm.
what you mentioned is required, it doesn't matter to me at all.
So if they would address the site design with staff recommendations and their
Mhm.
engineer got engaged and made sure that it would work, they wouldn't need any variances
Exactly.
at all. But to your point, whether or not they feel like they still need one variance or want to throw something else before you, but if you deny it and it's a non-issue, then their issue is, well, they can either do it like staff recommended or not do nothing at all.
Then I will reposition myself. I will agree with Keisha, Councilman Keisha. Give it extend.
Councilmember DeShane,
I was going to say that they had the opportunity
tonight.
tonight to come back. I
Yes,
mean,
ma'am.
And last month, you had presented to them a workaround, and they were seeming amicable to it. And then you're saying that they sent back basically the same thing. And so, although you were on vacation and they reached out, I mean, if it's important, I would think they would reach back out again. So I don't see why
Okay.
we would need to.
I would agree. I don't think
I-
they have all of their things in a row. 6 months is 6 months to a year to get all of those things worked out, or to actually go with a plan that will not require a variance from us.
Madam Mayor.
Would be, yes.
There's 2 renderings in our packet.
Yes, sir.
And one has the red arrows and one does not. Are both of those from staff, from our staff?
So the rendering that has the 3 parking spaces that are on the interior?
Yes.
That was the latest suggestion. And I believe the second one may have been from them.
The latest suggestion,
May I see? I'm sorry. I
yes.
don't have
The latest suggestion from us or from them? Is this ours?
That's ours.
And that's ours too?
Yes, but that was the last agenda meeting.
Yes.
Which,
And-
of which y'all.
And this has changed to this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But either one of these would be able to be built without variances?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
For the second rendering that Ms. Wanda referred to with the parking spaces in the front, I think at the last meeting, I recall having some concern about those parking spaces being so close to our main street that if a customer pulled in, the only way they could get out was to back into traffic right there at the intersection on Main Street. So, and Ms. Wanda, and I know this is not, you guys did this out of the goodness and kindness of your heart to draw up this sketch as a concept for something that they could do. But even this concept, I still have some concerns about safety and coming in and out of that gas station if they were to go with this design. I know they've had plenty of time to get this right, and you know, if I am fine with us denying the variance, because it does sound as if they need a lot more, they need to think a lot more on exactly what they want to do with this space.
Sure. I will note, as you guys understand, our new parking lot on Elm Street is head-on parking also. The difference, obviously, it's still at an intersection, and we have a lot going on there, but there's not a commercial use where people are coming in that level of frequency. I think Councilman Mitchell asked about possibly doing some type of traffic count or traffic analysis on the intersection to evaluate whether that head-on parking was really acceptable. It does meet the zoning code and wouldn't require variances, but we certainly would defer if somebody brought a plan in like that, the traffic and the consideration on the use, to defer more so to the interior parking. The downtown mixed use has very specific criteria on loop around roads, like a drive-in. We don't allow that. So they can't do interior circulation around Circle K, it would have to be head-on street parking or somehow, put it on the interior.
All right, thank you,
Yep.
Ms. Wanda.
Thank you.
I need a motion to approve or to deny the second read of ordinance 2026-03. Let's do them one at a time.
I make a motion to deny.
Second.
I have a motion to deny by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember White Williams for 2026-03. Any further discussion from the council? Any discussion from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0. Ordinance number 2026-04. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
I make a motion to deny.
I have a motion by Councilmember Cheney to deny. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember DeShane. Any further discussion from the council? Discussion from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0. Ordinance number 2026-05. I need a motion to approve or deny.
I make a motion to deny.
I have a motion by Councilmember DeShane to deny.
Second the motion.
Second by Councilmember Cheney. Any discussion from the council? Discussion from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
6-0. Did I get all of them?
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, got them. All right.
Wasn't there 4?
No, 3. 3, 4,
What is
5.
now?
That's
That's
it.
it.
That's the variance, yep, that's right. All right, moving on to agenda item 7D, consideration and recommendation by mayor and council on the second read of ordinance 2026-06 on amending the Hampton Code of Ordinance Appendix A, Article 2, Article 3, Article 6, and Article 7 to address data center use requirements in respective zoning districts. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
Madam Mayor, I move we approve the second read of ordinance 2026-06.
I have a motion by Councilmember Meeks and a second by Councilmember DeShane to approve ordinance 2026-06. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0. Moving on to agenda item 8, consent agenda. Seeing there is none, we will move on to new business. 9A, consideration and action on the adoption of resolution 2026-23, authorizing acceptance of conveyance of private land from Tamarack Land Glen May LLC to the city of Hampton for Phase 1 public right-of-way as described in quitclaim deed and right-of-way dedication survey for the dedication right-of-way of 50-foot wide from partial number 02201002000 and 02201001000, consisting of 30.533 acres in Hampton, Georgia 30228. I need a motion to approve or to deny resolution 2026-23.
I make a motion to approve.
And for
I
the
have-
purpose of discussion, I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Cheney and a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve resolution 2026-23. Discussion from council.
Madam Mayor and Ms. Wanda, this is just for the right-of-way. We are not accepting the streets at
That's
this
right.
time. There's still a bond for the maintenance of the streets held by the developer. And
Yep.
we're just accepting the right-of-way for our uses and needs and so forth.
Yes, yes, sir.
All right.
Any further comments? Any comments from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0. Moving on to item 9B, consideration and action on the adoption of resolution 2026-24, approving concept plan CP 26-0004 pursuant to ordinance 2025-001, condition number 1 for Henderson Farm Data Center located on partial ID 03901015000, consisting of approximately 141.69 acres. Property is zone mixed use with an approved CU with 14 conditions. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
Madam Mayor, I move we approve resolution 2026-24.
I have a motion by Councilmember Meeks and a second by Councilmember Mitchell to approve resolution 2026-04. Discussion from the council.
So what's changing from the last time when we approved this?
So this is the concept plan that we have to approve for the For the data center site?
Okay, because it seemed like as if, how it was worded, it seemed like there was a change or something to it.
So the
It's better.
concept plan has been updated, Ms. Wanda? I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Just to let you know, also, the applicant is here today to be able to answer any questions, and they brought several of their team members. The part of this approval is not a zoning decision per se, but it's in response to condition, I think, number 9 of the CU that was approved for the property. Or it may have been condition number 1, sorry. That mayor and council would have to approve the site plan. After staff has reviewed the site plan and found it consistent with our ordinance requirements, as well as the requirements that were assigned to the property by the conditional use that was approved in 2025. This is the kind of down and dirty image that we get in GovWell to review. Tiffany took the lead on this. She did a fabulous job to review it. She's not here. She's headed to GIC. But if you go to the next slide, I do just want to show that part of the concept plan was, or part of the zoning condition of the approved conditional use was to do a sound assessment of what is the noise level currently at the site versus what the site noise might be just at a regular day operations. This shows in the blue the specifics, and you see how many spots that were evaluated. They came out, did testing on this side. If you go to the next slide, and on the right, the language kind of goes with the next slide or the previous slide, but in all of those areas, the range, you'll see it was from 48 to 66 dBA. That's existing right now with no development. And that includes noise coming from State Route 20, and on that former slide, you could see what the comparison of those levels would mean. Like, it would mean similar to pushing a lawnmower, I can't read it, I'm blind, I can't see 45.
Gas mower, car horn.
On the
noise,
outdoor.
Outdoor rock band, inside subway train, food blenders, garage disposal at 3 feet, shouting at 3 feet, vacuum cleaner at 10 feet, normal speech, large business office, dishwasher, next room, small theater, large conference room, library bedroom at night, concert hall, broadcasting and recording studio, and threshold of hearing.
So most of that level, it said like from 45 to 65, and I believe on that color code, that was more in the orange and yellow, kind of greenish. With the data center, the proposed data center just running, you can see on the little site plan, it says that the dBA at the property line would be less than what it is currently right now. So it's not adding any ambient noise whatsoever. And if you go to the next slide. And just to share, these are just the graphic images along State Route 20 and McDonough Street. And we have an animation, and I would like to have the guys come up now that y'all can talk to, and then we can play the animation if that works for y'all. I will say that the buffer that was put on as a zoning condition was 100 feet. Their site plan is 262 feet, I believe it is. So they've gone way above than what was actually required by a zoning condition. Their site plan meets much of our new data center ordinance, even though it was adopted after the zoning actions.
Thank you, Ms. Wanda. I'm going to ask if Matt and Scott, if you guys, come on. Oh, well, Scott, okay, whichever one it is. They have the entire team here with them.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Scott Green. I work with Thompson Hutton Engineering Company, 553 Peachtree Road, Atlanta, Georgia. I'm here representing our client, who's the applicant on this concept plan. Again, we work very closely with Ms. Wanda, Mr. Baker, and staff. Tiffany included, although she's not here tonight, did a great job reviewing and coordinating with us throughout this process. So, if you guys remember, in I believe February 2025, this property had a special use approved by Mayor and Council, and in that special use, or conditional use, there were 14 conditions of that. Advanced the ball a year or so in January, or I'm thinking around January 15th, we submitted our initial concept plan of this layout, very, very similar to what you guys see here today, to city staff. Wanda and Tiffany worked very closely with us, provided comments. We do have an approval in GovWell in the city system from Wanda and staff of all our work we have done together to meet those conditions to the best of our ability in coordinating with Wanda, Tiffany, and staff here today. I do want to go back on the acoustical slide. I just want to point something out. So from a color standpoint, the orange is going to be the louder decibel limits, where the blue would be the quieter. And you can see the way we've orientated these buildings is to have the sound from a daily operation standpoint be condensed interior to the site. That is a specific design that we chose for this campus, for the building orientation, specifically to keep the noise internal to the facility. And these noise models were done by other consultants on the project team. I just want to kind of point that out from a color standpoint, if there's any questions associated with that. Yes, ma'am. Okay, we're going to have we created a flyover so you guys could see what this will look like after completion. As part of that, I will show, I will stop and kind of point that out on this specific slide, but because you're in the Talladega Watershed District, there's a 25% impervious coverage that is the limit for this type of use. Being this is mixed use, if this was a multifamily type use, that impervious ratio would not apply. So let's say this was a housing development instead of this proposed data center technology campus. There could be, in fact, more impervious on the site, which would provide more impervious watershed to the Talladega watershed. So there are some environmental good qualities for this being the development it is. So because we are limited to that 25% impervious coverage. Thanks for mentioning that, Wanda. I did also want to add that the 100-foot buffer on the western property line was the minimum at the time we applied, but we did increase that. Our buffer to the fence line is 200 feet, but from any mechanical equipment, it is around 260 feet was the number Wanda mentioned earlier. And that's all I have for kind of my presentation part of it. Yes, ma'am.
So the use of what this data center will be for the end user?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it more retail or commercial, like in the sense with the noise? Is there going to be a lot of testing done for the equipment? The general use you're saying, I guess, is coming to the 60-65 range, but when they have to test their
no matter the tenant of this data center, the equipment is tested really at the same time period. We did do testing when the generators would be tested, and that is evident of the sound that's on the exhibit you see here.
Any more questions from council? All right, let's see the flyover.
Okay, so Wanda, when we do this video, would I be able to stop it in certain points to add some commentary?
Talk fast.
Okay, I'll talk fast. Hey, look, no.
Hit
So,
pause, Michelle.
so as an overall, what you'll see is this flyover will start from an overhead view, so you can see what the campus will look like in its totality. It's the exact same that you'll see as a concept plan with some 3 dimensions to it. And then what we did, we dropped down to Highway 20. So right when we enter, you know, we're coming west, right when we cross the bridge in. This will be what you see from eye level at your car. So we took the existing topography, we took the proposed topography, we took the building elevations from the architect, and through AutoCAD and some of our modeling software, we were able to put the actual building and its actual height in this program so we could display what it would look like from anybody that was driving down Highway 20 and then you know, taking a right coming in the city. Also, you guys will see that we took a lot of effort in creating visual buffers that are also going to help with the sound, but we've got a good bit of berming that the video will highlight. Towards the end of the video, it will come to an overall site plan where certain site elements will be added. One of the criteria of one of the conditions we worked on with staff so closely was a multi-use trail, and then also some points of interest, whether that's parks, benches. We talked about you know, possible areas for local sculptures or local artists to be able to display their work along this walking path. And this would kind of be maybe a first phase or a first leg of this path that would ultimately be in the city's kind of long-term plan of kind of multimodal, you know, connectivity, you know, for pedestrian bike access throughout the city. So that's kind of the broad overview, and then I'll try to say some of the highlights as well. So again, we're kind of focusing in, where is the property? Right here on Highway 20, just east of the city. And this is that aerial view of the finished facility. Again, you can see the building heights, you can see the berming, you can see where we are on Highway 20 here. This is a full view of what the facility will look like. We've got two buildings. We've got a substation that will be owned and operated by Central Georgia EMC, a main access on Highway 20, and then a secondary emergency access off McDonough. So this would be the view. We just crossed over the bridge. That field that's there on the right is existing today. There's an existing curb cut on Highway 20. This will be the main entrance to the facility. There'll be a security guard shack right there at the entrance. So again, we're driving down Highway 20. The facility's on our right. One thing that we work closely with staff on is this glass office facility. We kind of left a view in the berming open there so that that part of the building could be accentuated and seen from the road. You can see this will be a view of the substation. So after the berming and the landscaping we place on at an eye level, given the contours of the site, really does do a good job of hiding the substation. Those are the power lines that are over the road right now that we all drive under every day. So this would be us taking a ride on McDonough Street. From a human feeling perspective, we have the landscaping at scale, so it's a little closer, it's a little more denser off McDonough, where it's a little bit further in setback off of Highway 20. Again, sorry, that was another entrance into the site where you could see the glass facade, office facade of the building. Again, this is this overview highlighting the impervious requirements that we mentioned earlier. We also quantified and highlighted the landscape berming that we're putting on the site to provide visual buffer. We've got some green infrastructure with infiltration practices we're going to be doing on site. We've got that field. We could possibly have a tree nursery to let some of the landscaping get acclimated before planting. And again, we've got some areas of interest along the trails for different potential uses that we'd love to coordinate with the city on. Again, I've kind of hit on some of these points, but these are a lot of good kind of bullet points and highlights. And I think this is the last slide, if you would stop there. Well, potentially. So, I can't remember all those bullet points exactly, but we took a lot of the staff's recommendations into heart when we put the site plan together. again, that view that you just saw would be kind of the peekaboo into the berming, where you're berming a lot of the site, but right there at the office, you're given that great shot of a nice looking building that, you know, I hope we can all be proud of. And can I answer any questions?
Any questions from the council? Great presentation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Comments from the public? Kendra?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the purpose for the mixed-use designation, which claims to be, these districts are intended to promote a vibrant downtown, implement the vision of Hampton's 2011 Livable Centers initiative and 2022 plan update. King George Daniel Streets encourage walking and bicycling, support small businesses, create a sustainable mixed-use area with downtown at its core, combine a wide variety of compatible commercial and residential uses in close proximity. I'm just concerned because of the mixed-use space we have designated, we've pretty much allocated, like, there's like 2 massive ones on each side of the city. Both are being used by data centers or a target distribution center, both of which are conditional use permits for that type of zoning. And I just want to presence that, you know, that's what we're giving up to these data centers right now. And I appreciate all the efforts, but you have to understand, like, you know, if this was in your you have to understand, you know, if this was in your backyard and what you're, you know, looking for your city, you know, and I just think, you know, that's great stuff, and I would call it a bare minimum, and I appreciate it for sure, but I also feel like we have to recognize just how much we're giving up of this supposedly, you know, to promote vibrant downtowns and everything, to basically we have 2 of them, and they're both going to data centers and target distribution centers, which was not the intended use. So.
Thank you, Kendra. Any further comments from the public? Mr. Beal?
Yeah, I just got a quick question.
Come to the podium.
Will the data center have the rights to drill water on their property?
I'll come up and answer the question.
Yes, Mr. Green.
Pardon?
We haven't had a discussion about drilling water on the property as of yet.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure out, that's not something that we've even thought about, I don't think, as a council.
Well, the reason I ask it is because they use a lot of water, and there's water below them, so are they gonna use it?
So I will say that this data center is actually one of the low users of water for data centers. And the county has already agreed, or we're gonna do a master meter and purchase the water from the county.
Okay, if they gonna furnish that water, I'm good with that, okay? I'm just asking that question because the Tioleggy watershed starts right here on the east side of Hampton. That's where it starts, that's facts. And I just think a lot of drilling might have an effect on that system. You really, your reservoir is only 2 miles downstream from the creeks, so. And I don't saying it is, okay? I'm just asking the question.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Any further comments from the public? All right, seeing there is none, I have a motion on the floor somebody say something? Okay. I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Meeks and a second by Councilmember Mitchell to approve Resolution 2026-24. All in favor? All opposed? Councilmember White Williams, I didn't hear
I'm
you.
in favor. I'm sorry, I'm in favor.
Miss Melissa, did I see your hand? All right, I have a 6-0. Moving on to agenda item 9C, consideration and action to approve first read ordinance 2026-07 to amend the Code of Ethics ordinance. So, the Ethics Board has submitted something, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. After our Ethics Committee meeting, we noticed that there were several things that were of concern. So this is an ordinance just to correct some of those concerns and address those and to clarify some of the points of the Ethics Committee. If you will flip over to page 5 of 8, one of the main things was the time constraints. So on line 93 and line 97, you see a change from 60 days from the receipt of the complaint, and that's moving all actions must be taken by the Ethics Committee shall be completed within 90 days on line 97. So that's one of the changes. As well as if you will continue to flip over to page 7 of 8, there are several highlighted changes in there. The main changes being on line 153, where hearing by the complainant and the respondent not less than 7 days prior to the scheduled hearing date, and that revolves around when the hearing shall be conducted. Skipping down to line 161 and 162, the Ethics Committee, City Clerk, and City staff shall not be responsible for contacting or securing witnesses on behalf of any party. That wasn't clear on the last one. Line 164 talks about the submission of witness to the city clerk and the kind of the time frame on that. And that line on 164 talks about 3 calendar days prior to the hearing. On line 170, there was some confusion and some questions as to whether or not either of the defendant or the accuser could appear in person or via video. This clarifies that both parties involved in presentation of evidence or testimony shall be conducted in person. Line 172 addresses witnesses, and while they should appear in person when practicable, the Ethics Committee may allow video testimony on that, and that's on line 173, or remote testimony. And then 175 addresses the committee's ability to grant a continuance of a scheduled hearing only upon the approval of the committee to be determined whether or not to grant that continuance if requested. So essentially, and then on the next page there, page 8 of 8, on line 178 and 179, it talks about these are done essentially on subset 3 there for the fairness to both parties, and is a requirement that the Ethics Committee complete its activity within a time prescribed that they give out their ruling.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
City Manager. So, council, any council discussion regarding this matter?
We have to do a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember White Williams to approve the first read of ordinance 2026-07. Council, does council have any discussion?
I do have a question. And Mr. Baker, you can clarify for me if this is in there. The period of time, do we talk about the time the complaint is filed? Is there a deadline once the complaint is filed? The clerk or the board has X amount of days to go ahead and bring this before we'll start working on the complaint.
It talks about on page 5 of 8 on line 97, all actions taken by the Ethics Committee shall be completed within 90 days. So within that time frame, they have to have a ruling and a final conclusion of fact. So they would, therefore, once they receive the complaint, would be required to do that within 90 days. So they would have to schedule that out. And of course, with the committees, there's a scheduling consideration for all of those members as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I would like to have this item actually sent over to a committee, forming the Administration and Finance Committee for this, because the Ethics Board, the rules, regulations, I know they did an update a while back in regards to the 60 days, which is item number 6 on the current ordinance for the Ethics Board. But the changes being made, added J through N on this, We need to see what the impact is actually going to be. I don't think that we should leave people's names out there for more than 2 months. I don't think that we should give opportunity for individuals not to show up, as it's saying. I think that the Ethics Committee should not have the authority to grant continuance if they don't show up, or if it's done with, we're through with it. So I think that more research needs to be done on it. So I know we have a motion on the floor to approve resolution, ordinance number 2026-07. We can vote on that. If not, we can move it over to a committee of finance and administration. Any further discussion from the council? I have a motion on the floor to approve resolution, ordinance 2026-07.
Madam Mayor.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so we do have a finance commission and committee.
We don't.
Oh, you're going to appoint one?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would this have to do with finance?
So the board usually comes with administration and finance together. So they will oversee those two together. That's how the board is usually structured. And this falls up under administration.
Who's part of that delegation for?
So I would appoint 2 council members to sit on the administration and finance board, and it's usually 2 members of the council. I have a motion on the floor to approve the first read of ordinance 2026-07. Any further discussion from the council? Discussion from the public?
Yes,
Yes, Ms. Oliver?
I have just one question. Is there anything in that book concerning conflicts of interest in the ethics codes?
All right.
Whoever knows can ask.
I'm not exactly sure. I don't believe in reading the conflict of interest. It is. All right. Marty said that there is some that may need to be looked at as well.
Madam Mayor.
Ms. Dawn Greer, come to the podium, please.
Hi, Dawn Greer, 20 McDonough Street. I am a member of the Ethics Committee, and I do have a concern about having it go to council members who may at some point have a complaint lodged against them. So that might be something y'all want to consider on this. I'm not sure how that would be appropriate, but it may be, I don't know. But just for consideration, thank you.
It's before council members now.
Say again?
It's before council members now.
Yes, but when you're going from 6 members to 2 members on the committee
So all
for
committee
recommendations.
All committee recommendations have to come back
Yes,
before
ma'am.
that 6th
I understand.
council.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments from the public?
I
I have-
didn't understand what she said, so was that a yes or a no
You-
about the conflict of interest?
So there is some language in there about conflict of interest. We will add that if it goes to committee, we will add that for them to take a look at as well.
Very well.
Yes. I have a motion on the floor to approve the first read of ordinance 2026-07 to amend the Code of Ethics by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember White. All in favor of approving ordinance 2026-07?
Can I just ask a question?
Aye.
So I'm confused. Are we are we approving it with a committee attached, or is it we just approving it?
Approving it.
Okay, all right.
All in favor to approve?
Aye.
All opposed? I have a 6-0. Consideration and action to approve resolution 2026-25 on who is to be a sign. I need a motion to go into executive session.
I make a motion to go into executive session.
I second the motion.
I have a motion by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember Cheney to go into executive session for the purposes of personnel litigation. All in favor? All opposed?
Aye.
6-0. We're moving into executive session.
I want to talk to you at some point. Well, you know, I ain't always doing my best. Take care of stuff I ain't being paid to deal with. This ain't my city. I don't run it. I don't have no interest in it. I understand that was different parts of it. I just I don't know what it reads like, what it contains in the back, because there's certainly a conflict of interest in this shop here concerning council member and an appointed. Yeah, okay. These people are so anxious to come to Hampton and put up their shabby buildings, houses and stuff. It's gonna be shabby in a little while because it's poor materials. These subdivisions that we got coming up all over Hampton. Well, first of all,
What's shabby about Dale Horton?
I don't know who's doing it. I'm just looking at the quality of those that are already put up, and I go through Lovejoy, they got the same kinds, and that's that.
Well, I take offense because
It's all right.
I mean,
That's what discussion is about.
Yeah, but
I'm offended that they're there.
I'm not offended in the sense that I don't understand which subdivision you're talking about. We have Oak Chase on Oak Chase.
Okay, you got that one. You got some more. The ground being cleared for, what is it?
On Garrett Street, across from the mayor's.
Across from the mayor's house.
Or on Lynn May, across from where the library is.
Oh, y'all clearing some land over there too? Oh, you talking about going back there about West, no, Hampton, Southampton. Yeah.
That's the only two subdivisions we have. There's some subdivisions that are on 1941 that are not the cities.
No. You got, yeah, the Oak Chase, that's been there. But I'm talking about new stuff that's coming in. It is there by the library and the senior citizens. Yeah, that's Southampton, that street that runs. Yeah. Okay. Now, and.
That's D.R. Horton too. They haven't started.
Oh, it is, okay. Anyway.
No, the reason why, I mean, because, listen, just a kind of blanket statement, like shabby houses, that's what I was trying to get at.
And that's why I tried to.
Quantify like.
Yes, I'm just saying that it looks, the ones that have been put up, the material, they look kind of flimsy, and my concern is that in a few years, when they have been turned over maybe to rental properties or something, that it's gonna be a blight on the community. That's my comments, okay, and concern about all this building that's coming into Hampton. And do we have a long-range plan for what this city's gonna look like? We do.
We had a comprehensive plan to try to get.
Yeah,
everybody-
comprehensive, that's what I'm trying to
Everybody
say.
that like showed up and participated. Did survey after survey, and meetings after meetings. But we adopted, mayor and council adopted, a comprehensive plan. Now, a new one's coming up starting next year.
In 27.
It's me, it has to be adopted by 29.
And of course, whatever y'all gonna add has to complement whatever is you've already approved.
Well, again, the great thing is public participation in what mayor and council. I enforce the adopted code.
Don't I understand that? I know you work for them. But I'm talking, well, nobody works for me. I mean, me as a citizen. No, I don't get that feeling that they're working for me. What I consider is just noise to people. And it's not a lot of extensive
please remember to silence all mobile phones.
car.
Come on, because I'm getting ready to get you guys. Some water. I need a motion to come out of executive session.
I make a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember Meeks to come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0. I need a motion to terminate the contract for the current city manager.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Meeks. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Cheney. Discussion from the council. All in favor? All opposed?
Aye.
I have a 4-2. Motion fails. Consideration and action to approve Resolution 2026-25 on who is to be a signer on all bank accounts, city manager, mayor, and city clerk. So this is a resolution in regards to processes here in the city of Hampton. These are the 3 signers that will go onto the bank account. Of course, it is in line with our charter as the clerk is over the administration. Of course, myself, the mayor, and the city manager. It was suggested that we move to allowing the financial director to actually sign off on the checks. However, it has been the practice of the city of Hampton to keep our finances department away from being able to sign off on checks for security purposes. And so I don't think it is a good idea that we go back to the finance director or go to the director actually being able to sign off on it as it was recommended. These are the people that I recommend that sign off on the checks here in the city of Hampton. Can I get a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
is it okay to ask questions now or wait till later?
Let's make a motion.
Okay.
I need a motion to approve or to deny Resolution 2026-25.
I move that we approve Resolution 202625.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Meeks. Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
I have a second by Councilmember Cheney to approve Resolution 2026-25. Councilmember Brooks?
Okay, who are the current signers currently?
Current signers is the city manager, myself, and the HR director.
Okay, why is this being brought to us at this time? Why change? Why the change at this moment? Is there a problem with having the HR director as a signer?
No, there is not a problem with having the HR director as a signer. The reason this even came up was what I just said. It was brought to me that I would have to re-sign documents as a signer on the account. I said, why would I have to re-sign? We just signed paperwork. Then I was told that the finance director would be added to the account and we were going to remove the HR director. So the finance director was going to take the place of the HR director. I explained to the financial director, I didn't think that was a good idea based on our auditor saying to us that we need to have separation of powers and how our practices have been over the past, since I've been here. Let me just say since I've been here, I don't know before, but since I've been here. And so I said, no, I said, if the city manager does not want the HR director, it won't be the finance director. It can go to the administrative, which the clerk, our charter, supports. So that is why.
Okay.
Yes.
May I say something?
Yes.
The only reason I look towards, in the past, it was the city manager and the clerk. It was changed by previous, not the city manager before, city manager Coney was introduced it to be changed. And to that purpose, it was changed that time there. It was always the clerk.
Right, the clerk has always been on account. This is not new, this is just going back to what the original was.
I know it's been 4 years, but I don't recall signing. Did I sign? I don't recall. I did for City of College Park.
Well, you got hired during Coney's term, that's what he
Yeah,
just
but
said.
okay,
Yeah.
so during the term of your previous city manager, I don't recall being a signer.
But it was Coney changed it. He asked the council.
But after Coney left
It was.
and passed away, I still don't recall
No,
being a signer.
You would not be on it at that time. It'd be changed over. At the time, it was changed over, so they removed the clerk from it at the time.
Just from a historical perspective, when I was elected in 2006, Kim Drinkall, and let me see, before her was Miss
Miss
Haynes,
Elaine.
Miss Elaine were the signers, along with the mayor and the city manager. And they were city clerk.
Marty, what was their title
City clerk.
with the city? Okay.
Any further discussion from council?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
Is it possible to add the clerk as an additional signatory in addition to HR? Because if the clerk is not there one day and the mayor's not there one day, then what do we do?
So that's the reason we have 3 signers. I mean, that scenario can happen, and Ms. Diana that's who usually does it in finance with the checks. She is aware when we are not here or able to come, so then those checks will have to wait, but it's usually just 3 signers.
Okay.
So I have a motion on the floor in regards to Resolution 2026-25 by Councilmember Meeks and a second by Councilmember Cheney. All in favor of Resolution 2026-25? All opposed?
I can't see everyone, Michelle. I can
All
only see the
opposed?
mix.
Councilmember
I
White
can't-
Williams, are you opposed?
I don't know how everyone else voted, so
It doesn't matter about how they voted. How are you voting?
I don't oppose.
You don't oppose? Ms. Melissa?
I'm okay with adding the clerk.
All right, we have a 5-1. Moving on to discussion item, council item 9E, council discussion on the returning of $481,720.64 to Henry County for splash overpayment. So I had this item put on the agenda because we continue to have a reoccurring practice here, and it is important for everybody to understand that the council is the only one that can send $481,000 out of the door. We have since found out not only did we did not owe the county this $481,000, they may owe us some additional funds. It was a decision by the new city manager to sign off on a check on day 3 to send this money back over to the county, and along with the finance director telling him that he believed but he wasn't sure that we owed the money. But when you say you ain't sure, I think that's put a pause on everything. And because a pause did not go on it, we sent money that really belongs to us and should be sitting in our coffers over here in the city of Hampton, $481,720.64. And I wanted to address this with the council in regards to this payment going out and the practice of management not doing their due diligence when managing our city. That is the reason the vote was just taken in regards to, I call for the vote because I'm talking, you're not recognized. Because the $481,720.64 here as an overpayment that was not an overpayment to our city is just unacceptable to be out the door. I'm just I'm totally bothered. I'm surprised that our council thinks that it is okay that we keep an individual that would practice such things and not actually do their due diligence, but that's how I feel about it. So I wanted to have a discussion in the public in regards to this has happened in our city. We have gotten some disturbing information coming out of the city of Morrow. And this right here, these type of acts right here, and without council approval or knowledge, is taking place. And I want to make sure that we let you guys know that this is what this council, this body has elected to do. So, any comments, Councilmember White Williams?
Yes, yes.
Well,
Mr. Denmark?
Councilmember White
Point of
Williams?
order. I have a point. Did we take a motion on this? Like, we're discussing it, but did we do a motion on this?
This
Or
is
is it
just
just a
discussion.
Discussion.
Okay, all right. 'Cause I'm-
Council- Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Denmark?
Yes, ma'am.
So the information Madam Mayor just talked about, we just spoke about this in executive session. And it is my understanding, you cannot speak of matters that you discuss in executive session in public.
Unless they are on my agenda for discussion.
Is that correct?
See,
Mr.
I put it
Denmark?
on the agenda to discuss in the public.
Yes, ma'am. The item is on the agenda.
So the item is on the agenda, and the mayor
I
is
thought you
freely-
wanted to be transparent, Councilmember White Williams.
I am trying to be transparent, but if it's something that we discussed in executive session, then we are tied to that. So it's not about not wanting to be, it's are we breaking the law doing it?
So I know that I'm not breaking the law because I put it on the agenda so that we
Okay,
can have an
that's all I wanna
open
know.
discussion here
That's-
in the meeting.
My question has been answered. Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Any comments from the public? Yes, now come to the podium, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council.
State your name for
My
us.
name is Angelo Shipman, 225 in Kendall. You know, since this change of this board, it's just been a lot of finger pointing, backbiting, disturbance. It's very alarming to see that after a good prayer to start this council meeting, it just all collapse and fall apart. And it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see what's happening in this city, man, and hopefully we can get it together.
Thank you, Mr. Shipman. Did I see someone else's hand that wanted to say or have a comment? Ms. Oliver?
My name is Esma Oliver, 20 College Street. I want to make a comment about this $481, $720.64. If it's an overpayment, wouldn't you still keep the money until you straighten it out with the county as to why they're sending us too much money, if that's the case? But it just seems a little strange to me that that amount of money is being sent back to the county. They sent it, so wouldn't you think that they know what they're doing at the county? They sent the money to Hampton, is that right? I'm trying to get the steps straight here, because it seems like something in the water ain't clean.
Thank you, Ms.
In
Oliver.
this particular situation.
Can I say something?
Yes.
So the county had also sent us a demand letter from what the finance, where did it go, right? The finance department said that we had a demand letter from the county to pay this money, a 10-day demand letter. So I guess that's probably part of why it also got paid.
What'd you say, the county demanded that they send it? that
We
send
got
it
a
back?
demand letter, yeah.
Okay, so they admitted that they were in error.
Well, of the with the overpayment, that they sent us an overpayment. They were looking for us to pay back whatever the overpayment was.
But we don't owe them that money at all. Plus, they owe us additional money according to our figures. We had to get, according to the figures, they owe us an additional almost $200,000.
Mayor
I'm sure they'll
Tarpley,
pay it.
may I say something? I just want to reiterate the conversation about the $481,000. To Mayor Tarpley's point is, it wasn't authorized by the council. This is almost $500,000. We may get it back, we may not get it back, but we could be drawing interest on this money. So for our city manager on the third day, they say, not to question signing a $481,000 check and get the council approval, that raises some concerns for me. I mean, it's just, you have policies in place. So we need to follow policies. We can't ignore policies. Thank you.
Any further comments from the council? Comment from Ms. Craig?
Dawn Greer, 20 McDonough Street. Would it be possible for a council member to ask the attorney what the repercussions for not complying with the demand letter are? I don't know, so I'm asking if a council member wouldn't mind, when I step away, clearing that up for the public. And if that actually is a requirement for it to come before the council, if you have to answer a legal request. So, thank you.
Mr. Denmark, can you clarify what the legal repercussions are of ignoring a demand letter?
Madam Mayor and Council, I don't think it would be prudent for me to comment on this matter at this time. We are in a contentious litigation posture with Henry County. This involves a complex personnel matter, a litigation matter. I think that if I'm going to render advice to the City Council, I should do that privately, cloaked in the protections of the attorney-client privilege, as opposed to in a public meeting.
Thank you. No further comments for agenda item.
I have a question, and I just want this to go on record and to be clear. So our city manager procurement that authority that he has is $50,000. Is that correct?
That's right.
And the question was, were you aware that you had or you had not the authority to sign this $481,000 check? That's my concern, because we hired him to know the procurement. He should know the procurement policy. That's just one of my concerns. Thank you.
Any further comment from council? Moving on to agenda item 9F, council discussion on any updated contract from Global for the credit card processing fee. Back in December, the council approved moving to Cardinal to process our credit card payments. We had a contract. They were going to be about $150,000 less than what we were paying Global. I have since been told that Global, that we did not change over to Cardinal as instructed by the council, but we are still with Global, but they're going to be cheaper than Cardinal. So I would like the contract that tells me, because I had one from Cardinal, that they're going to be cheaper than Cardinal. Do we have that Global contract?
Not on me, but I can provide that to you.
Okay. And I don't understand why when the council votes on something and approves something, it's not acted on. Do we have the why behind?
I'm not aware of.
Could we
if you
ask
did vote on
Mr.
that, or when you did vote on it.
Can we ask Chief, because this is something I had asked about in January and I was told that there were still issues happening, and.
Come on,
and
come on,
te-
Chief.
and- and
Come
they
on,
were
Chief.
te- And they were testing. I didn't realize we had actually signed a contract, because in December, this is what we were talking
That's
about.
what
And
we
it was
approved in
supposed to be
December.
testing. I don't think this ever came back for us to say that
No,
there
we
was.
approved the contract in December, Pam.
I thought it was testing we were doing.
No, it wasn't testing, it was the
The
contract.
Contract was approved in December. It was not ready to go live when you guys voted on it. It was to a test environment to get the folks in finance, I guess, to work out all the bugs for it to integrate with our software. And testing started, and soon in January, the testing stopped. And I'm not sure I'm assuming we're still with Global, if we have a new contract or what, but that contract is still out there. We never went live with them because the testing, I think they did maybe 3 days of testing, and that would be a question for the finance folks. I know there was about 3 days of testing, and there was some calls in the beginning, and then when Mr. Baker started, I let him know, and he said, let's just get our heads around it, and the testing never completed, so it was never ready to go live.
Is Mr. Forsyth still in the room or the building?
He is. We're getting him.
Hey, Mr. Forsythe. So, you and I had a conversation in regards to this global, credit card, contract situation, process. We had approved to go with Cardinal. You guys were in the middle of testing the system and getting all the bugs out. We approved it back in December. You told me that we were not going to Cardinal, even though they were saving us $150. You said that Global had, agreed to come down on their prices and that they would be cheaper than Cardinal, right?
Right.
I got all that right.
Yep.
So where is the contract with Global saying that they're cheaper than Cardinal?
I
Where's,
turned it over to the spreadsheet that you see.
you turned what over to him?
There's a contract in one picture, and this is the support.
So we do have a contract.
Example of the, yeah, that's the contract at the top. It's a very short contract.
And the next-
Satisfaction officer, it's not a contract on agreement. They send us this as a quote, and they said if we sign this, it becomes, they accept this as part of, as a contract, I guess. It's an offer, a quote.
Can you tell me what is the quote?
It's about 12.5 roughly, 12.5K a month, roughly, because it varies according to the volume.
What about all of the excess fees that we were trying to negate? The whole reason we started this process.
What has happened? You guys really want to know the truth?
Yeah.
Please tell the truth, Mr. Forsythe.
Please.
Can we handle
Okay,
the truth?
let me tell you the truth about this whole.
Mike?
Come to the mic.
This
Talk-
whole
speak to
vendor
us.
situation. And I spoke to Tyler because I suspected something was wrong. I noticed the bill jumped from like 14, 15 to 30,000 a month. There was one line item that they were fudging. It's called like a security. It went from like 400 to 7,000. Now speaking to Tyler said, hey, these guys do this every 2 years to get folks, all scared and try to negotiate. So I spoke to them and I said that, matter of fact, Mr. Curtis did not want me to speak to them. Finance, you make no decision, that's it, you're out of it. Anyway, I'm stubborn. I was thinking the city, so I hung in there. And I got quotes from Tyler and from Global. Now, remember, I don't know if you guys are aware, the prior administration used an invoice as a quote, I think, an invoice. A quote is totally different. Anyway, I got 3 quotes that were pretty competitive, 14, 12, and so the young man at Tyler said he was abused by our administration. They called him and just abused him because the company that was being pushed, is it
Cardinal.
Cardinal, they didn't have the facilities, and so we would have to pay $9,000 a year to pay for the link between our program and Cardinal. Anyway, I hung in there, and everyone kept their quotes low for me for almost a whole year because Mr. Curtis would not budge. And so we were paying $30,000 a month instead of 12 for a whole year. So as soon as Mr. Curtis left, I turned to Mr. Baker and I explained the situation, said that the global, if you sign this offer, they will use that as the contract, and they did, because we signed it in February, we had to wait till February ended, and we got the March bill, and it's $12,003 something. So it was all truth, you know what I'm saying? There was no bluff with what they were dealing with me, because I caught them with their game, you know. But Mr. Curtis got all excited and angry, and, you know. So that's the real story about that.
How much are we paying Global for the credit card
Right.
a month?
Right now, 12,500 roughly.
And how can it move? Is it based on the amount of transactions? How is it?
Yes. It's based on the transaction.
What's the percentage? I mean, that's the reason we need the contract, because Cardinal gave me a contract that said it's gonna be this amount, is if it moves, if you got this many transactions, it's gonna cost you this amount to move. So that's what I'm saying. Where is the contract that you guys have signed?
Well, as I said, they use this offer sheet as the contract. But I'm sure we can get a contract because there's rates on the offer sheet. And
so we've agreed with Global.
And we got a bill. We got a March bill that shows the lower rates, and that adds up to, you know, the 12.5. And it's an average bill because our volume don't go, you know, it average maybe $500,000.
Okay. I'm gonna let the council ask you some questions if they have something to ask. Council? Yes.
In looking at the
Marty?
information
Councilmember
we were
Meeks.
provided in the agenda in the December meeting, the monthly cost comparison, Global Payments was 31,000. Pay Cardinal was 14,009. Heal Yeah Invest Advisors was 19,300. And Peninsula Payments did not give a number, it was unknown. That's not what I'm hearing. I'm seeing that Global Payments was 2.78%, effective rate 5.79,
because
monthly fee $7,400. Pay Cardinal was 2.75 plus 5 cents per transaction. Global Payments was 8.6 cents per transaction. Global Pay Cardinal was 2.77% with no monthly fees, no setup fees, 12-month term. Heal Yeah was 2.95 with 40 cents on the 15 cents transaction, 3.51%, $49 Gateway, $99. I mean, these are, Pay Cardinal was, according to the information we were given, was by far the lowest.
But that wasn't a quote from Global.
When did the quote from Global come in? Did we get the figures from Cardinal first and then lower them, get Global Global to lower theirs to match carbon?
Here's the client satisfaction offer.
So that's exactly what we did.
Well, my understanding from what Mr. Forsythe said was that, and Chief Turner, that Cardinal couldn't provide certain aspects of the contract, and the testing failed. So we remained with Global. That's what you said, right?
No.
The testing was never complete.
Complete, well, it wasn't after 3 days, but.
Yeah, it was I think it was understood it was going to be like a 3-week process, because the way they were testing was Mr. Forsythe's staff would do testing and then say, okay, we want this perfected. And so that's the process we were in. So to say it failed, I don't think is all the way accurate. It was never completed, I think is the fairer thing to say, that they were in the
Mr.
midst.
Forsythe,
Yes, yes, ma'am.
during testing, did any aspect of the testing fail? Was there anything in Pay Cardinal system that would not work properly with the way the customer service is used to processing payments?
I did give Mr. Baker a list of, my staff has cons and pros. And there's a page that says, cons and.
I think my biggest issue with this is that we sent out for quotes for a credit card company. That's what we did. That's what the council did. We got those quotes, came and made a decision based on those quotes, and with the expectation that we were going to a new company. I don't care which company
Madam
it
Mayor.
is. I'm still talking. I don't care which company it is. Because the whole reason we were going to go to Cardinal was because you said we were going to save $150,000 a year. So what I'm having a problem with is that when we make a decision, it's not followed. And then when it's changed, we are not even afforded the courtesy of coming back saying to us, I would not have even known this had I not come into your office and said, how is it going? Where are we, where have we moved on to the next process, people? Because I'm thinking we're with one person and I'm finding out we're still in place. And so, and then nobody has given me a contract that's saying I'm cheaper. I like cheaper. I don't have a problem with cheaper, but I need to know that I'm actually getting cheaper.
The March bill states that. When you look at the March bill.
No. The bill doesn't, because if it's based on transactions, that doesn't mean that it would be cheaper than Cardinal. That's not what it means.
I agree with
because the rates is what determines, and the fees that they have, which is laid out in a contract somewhere that you guys have agreed to, I guess. My whole point is, listen, the council cannot make decisions, and I would even say, it's not fair to companies for you to put out their information of what their quote is, give them the job, and then allow somebody else to come back behind them. We did give them the job because council voted on it.
We did do that.
We did.
We never told Global anything about anyone's pricing. We did not.
Okay.
Matter of fact, it was a simple adjustment they made. As I said, there was a one-liner especially. It has to do with security. They use that as a line to excite people, and if you don't notice it, but we did. I caught it after a month. They did get by me in a month, but the second month, I caught it. And they said that they were willing to drop. Matter of fact, they were willing to share this was like 3 months had passed, and they said they were kind of willing to share that additional expense. And so, well, of course, Mr. Curtis was not interested in any of that, so, you know, I had to drop it off the table. But they had given me the contract a year ago, and it just, I put it in front of Mr. Curtis for him to sign, and he didn't sign it. I mean, it's the same kind of offer, I think. I think they use the offer as their contract, but I know they could provide a full-blown contract, I'm sure.
All I want to know is what I'm paying. I don't think it's that difficult. Like, all I need to know is, am I getting the best deal for the best bang for my buck? And that's in black and white.
Yes,
It's simple for me. It's black and white. Whatever their rate is, they ought to be able to produce me a contract.
We can get one.
An agreement.
I'm sure we can get one.
That it's in stone, that next week they're not gonna change. That it's gonna be something different.
No, that offer is good for 2 years.
That offer there.
And,
That we signed off on.
yeah, I mean, but we can get a full-blown contract, I'm sure we can, because the volume, if you look I have 2 years of a summary, the volume doesn't change much,
Okay,
you know?
okay.
So should we table this item and come back? Provide a contract.
I think City Manager Baker said that he was gonna get a contract. So I'm going to assume it's no action on it. I just wanted to find out where we're at, because I know we hired or we gave the contract to Cardinal. But now I'm talking about Global. Yes, Ms. Mitchell?
We can't get a contract.
Global was already existed, right? And we make a changes, so we continue with Global. So actually, it's not really like a contract already established already. Was established already, so that.
Let's not be, because it went up on our rates.
According
to them, it went up on our rates.
It went up in rate. As according to I'm hearing right now, what I read right here, I'm getting two different information. The rate went up, and they went down. Maybe because someone found out something that we get a better rate. I don't know. However, we're still under the contract on Global. They just reduced their rate.
Where is the contract?
It was already established already.
Where is it
Global never would already existed before. So they're continuing doing the same service. They never change. So they reduced their rate, like anyone can make a negotiation reduce their rate. However, the first contract they voted for didn't take place.
Are you telling me you can renegotiate your rates without me? Without the council?
No, I'm telling you what's happening.
But you're saying that because Global was in place, the moment Global sent us a $30,000 bill, they were if we do have a contract, but which I have not seen, but if we do have, or maybe I have, but they were out of what we agreed to.
Did we cancel it from them?
Well,
Did we cancel Global?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
in the packet that was supplied to us in December, page 149, which is available, I'm looking on the city website, attachment 5, savings calculations, annual cost, current, which is Global, $375,143.28. Annual cost, pay Cardinal, $179,334.12. Estimated annual savings, $195,809.16. This is the information we're given, and we have to go by that information in the decisions we make. I just wanted to put that out there.
And the $300,000 that Global was charging is what they charge. This was before the rate hike. This was before we got to $30,000 a month, right? Yeah, that's the amount we had spent with them prior.
No. Prior to them going up, we used to spend about 12 to 13, and they went back to 12 to 13. I mean, because I told them that line's got to go down. It's not fair, and they agree.
Oh, so to my understanding
A
that
particular line that, they were charging for, and,
So my understanding, you made the negotiation, you made the decision to make a negotiation with Global to continue service. I'm thinking this.
Continue.
Yeah, you made that decision by yourself, basically.
Continue.
And in my opinion, I'm listening to you right now. Like you didn't want to go with the previous one. You want to continue. You don't want to make any changes. Is that kind of fair?
Well, my staff was not impressed with the other party, and they found a lot of weaknesses in their system, and so that's why Global was able to hang around. You know what I'm saying?
When you make a decision like that, okay, and you don't let whoever know about it, it does not to, you know what I'm saying? The authority cannot shift away.
But
even though you have a department to run, okay, but if you don't feel comfortable with a certain system, you notify the particular who do you report to let them know that I'm not feel comfortable with this, so that they can go back to the council or whatever it is to make it happen. But to my understanding right now, that you have made the decision. Based on what you just said before, that the employee did not like the system.
That's right.
So
he did bring it back before to Mr. Cohilas, or the not wanting to make the change. He did fight for his staff when they were saying that they didn't want to make the change, because it's a big change. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of learning. It's a new learning curve. You got to learn something new. So they don't want to go through all that to do all that. That did not supersede $150,000 savings. A council not liking or wanting, staff not wanting to do it because they were not, they didn't want to learn the new system, and as Mr. Forsythe said, there was some things that may have been different or didn't work like they thought they would or something.
Yeah, no, my staff definitely. I wouldn't say that about my staff. I find my staff tries to be proactive, efficient, change. You know what I'm saying? Try to absorb the most productive ways.
Okay.
That's what I find.
Okay.
So they try. I think they fairly try to evaluate. Because I told them, hey, look, if these folks are better, we got to go with them. And that's the way I approached it.
But when when Global came, you decided they came back down.
They came right back down, and we ran a sample of their rates. You know what I'm saying? And we came to 12, and then when we got March, it was 12. So
the same, didn't make any sense to change because it's pretty much the same. All I need is black and white, Mr. Forsythe. I need the rates, because I need to be able to tell council, citizens, everybody that the reason we stayed with Global, we are going to save. We're not going to spend that extra $150,000 because I have some seniors right now calling me about that credit card fee. Right now, they called me today. Are you going to waive the credit card fee for seniors? So if we get to a place where we have a reduction, we might be able to take it down,
That's right.
So, but we need to know these things to make good decisions and not.
It could be a drop from a 3.5, maybe you drop to 1.5, or
something. That's my biggest thing with it.
And the council would not be up if you notify the correct channel and advise whosoever it be. and it showed that some saving, we wouldn't be here right now. Just, you know, we might even voted on it, but we would think of it to reverse it. We need to get reversed. But however, when you make a decision and the council make authorization, make a vote, that need to be carried out. Unless they notify the council, because might say, okay, you know, let's delay it for a while and let's see what happens.
Well, I mean, I think council should be aware of what I've been through as a professional. I'm a certified public accountant, and I had my own firm, but I've dealt with an administration that finance don't make any decisions here. You know, it making me feel I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And I've had my own business for 25 years as a CPA, and so what do I do? You know. Do I back off? Do I, fight? I'm not the fighter that I'm too old.
Mr. Forsyth,
those days are gone.
Mr. Forsyth, you're doing a good job. I know you're concerned about the citizen and the city finance aspect. You do a good job, and you make some decision that benefit the citizen, benefit the city. Then, but when someone cross the elected official in that aspect, it's like a gray area. You know what I'm saying? So it's best to communicate. I'm just saying. But, going forward, if we save money right now, I'm not mad. If you're losing money, I'd be real upset. But you're saving money.
Well,
I think that's kind of the thing about it is that I think council was thinking we were going in one direction and to be done approved it, and then to find out we're not going in that direction without somebody coming back and saying, hey, this is what's going on. We feel like this would be a better place to stay. With some
I was
black
in an
and white.
environment that I was totally shut out now.
Yeah.
Hey,
I got it.
sometimes
It's a lot. It's a lot. And there's a lot of pressure coming on you. A lot of books. I saw you every day working real hard.
That's right.
And sometimes I'm thinking I do something that I forgot. I should have go to this person.
Let me make you guys aware of one thing. I have lost no one in 3 years. Okay.
That's right.
I have built an apartment.
Mr. Forsyth, talk to me.
People can step up. Okay, I encourage them. We have almost total coverage in accounting. If someone is out sick, it's covered. You don't get that out of the people. It's a special situation. Because number one, they say, hey, you're not paying me to cover AP and payroll, etc. And what's going to be sad is to see what I have built. People stepping up, that's going to be ignored. And I promise you, people will probably leave anyway. But I'm just hoping you keep that, the system I set up, because it benefits the city. Turnover is a lot of work on the leader, what I'm saying, the top guy.
Mr.
or woman.
Forsyth, I don't want you to feel that I'm attacking you or we're attacking you or stuff. I know, you might feel that way, because you make a ton of comment.
I feel it.
But remember, when this was created in 2017, finance department was created. You were the second financial advisor being here, your longest, and you have done, I see a lot of award being done. You're doing a good job. So just speak to your leader, your supervisor, and anything changes, and he will come to us about it. All right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forsyth.
Moving on to agenda item G, 9G, consideration and action to approve ordinance 2026-08 on city manager's authority, section 2-120D, powers and duties of the city manager. Item number 16, we would like all items under 16 to come back to the council for approval. So I did have the attorney remove where it says without first seeking the approval. It simply says that prior approval of the council, city council will, it'll need to come back before the city council. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
What is 16? I didn't get to my book.
16.
I don't have it in my book.
It's 9G. It's 9G.
I don't have it here.
Yes, you do.
9G is the, what you asked about in regards
Yeah.
to,
But I don't see the one that, the city manager changed.
It's
I mean,
in the back.
Council changed.
It's, go all the way to the
No, I
back.
understand that the part that you said,
it simply says, currently it says, act as a hiring disciplinary evaluator and removing authority for all city employees. The city manager have the authority to hire, fire, discipline, promote, task, assign, and reassign duties, evaluate and adjust employees' pay within the position classification and pay plan. This is what it currently says, without first seeking the approval of the city council or mayor for all city employees.
Oh,
What
yes.
we wanted to change it to was, provided, however, that any such action shall require the prior approval of city council.
Okay, yes, I see that. This was, may I say something? This was changed by Coelis. Was changed by Coelis to empower himself.
Well, we have a motion on the floor. Are we discussing?
Any discussion? There was a motion? There was no motion.
We don't have a motion.
There was a
I thought
motion.
you asked for a motion.
I did ask for a motion. I
And
need a
I'm-
motion to approve ordinance 2026-08. Are we gonna attack it or not?
It's die.
Okay. So moving on to agenda item 9H, consideration and action to approve resolution 2026, the procurement policy authority. The council would like to reduce the city manager's authority to be limited to $10,000 when making procurement decisions before it will need to come back before the council. We also do not want to have a loophole that allows for ongoing agreements or contracts under $10,000 mark. I need a motion to approve or to deny resolution 2026-26.
I make a motion to approve that one.
I have a motion by Councilmember Mitchell and a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve resolution 2026-26. Discussion from the council.
Yes. Is this resolution on the agenda as a part of the reason why we're trying to limit the city manager's powers and authority? And is this in retaliation to the conversation around the $481,000? I know we have a $50,000 procurement policy in place now, but is this in retaliation to that, as well as retaliation towards the information you disclosed about Mr. Baker earlier in the meeting?
So these are all safeguards that council is considering in regards to making sure that at least we can have some type of controls. It's not going to be a guarantee by any measure. However, this is just a way for us to have a little bit more information before spending get out of hand.
May I say something?
Yes.
I have a question.
The reason why I support this was changed by Coney at the time, and I vote against increases from $2,500 to $50,000. I lost a vote, and that's why I do believe that we should have a set guard right there. It's nothing to do with city manager. That's just my belief.
Councilmember Mitchell, can you speak in the mic, because I'm having a very hard time hearing.
Okay. In 2017, this was changed by two past city manager, was from $2,500 to $50,000. I did vote against that. I lost the vote because the $50,000 at the time, and I did disagree with that much money. But however, it's nothing against the city manager. That's why I feel that I should maintain that level.
Councilmember DeShane, I think you had something you wanted to add.
No, I'm good.
Councilmember White Williams.
Once again, I just find that all of these items that's on the agenda since we came back from executive session is to limit the power of the city manager. I understand Mr. Mitchell's, Councilmember Mitchell's concerns, but my concern is that none of these things were changed when Mr. Kohelis was in office, as the city manager, sorry. This never came up. And so now all of a sudden, items E, F, G, H, and I are now on the agenda to limit the power and authority of the city manager.
I do have a question.
I just think the timing of this is very strategic. I think it is a setup. And while I do believe that the city manager should have the power and authority to do day-to-day operations, I don't think it looks good that we are now trying to change it because the former city manager is no longer here. We gave him the power years ago. Now that he's not here, we want to take it back. I don't think we need to keep flip-flopping. If it's $50,000 now, it needs to, I think it should remain at $50,000. So I will be voting against this.
So thank you so very much. I'm gonna just piggyback off what Councilmember White Williams just said. So I don't know anybody that makes a definitive decision that gets new information introduced to them and don't consider that new information. This council has been informed. They've been able to see videos from other cities. They've been able to do a lot of things to find out more information. And so to put safeguards in place for our city based on some of that information, that would be remiss of us not to put safeguards in it. I mean, at the end of the day, what Councilmember White Williams' premise is that because the last city manager had that authority, the new city manager should have that authority, not with new information that's been introduced to this council. This council has been made fully aware of the new information. So that is the reason that, and this was put on, of course, without knowing about how anybody was going to vote on anything. But for me, as the mayor, I put this on here as a safeguard to try to make sure that there was a safeguard in our city, because at the end of the day, every citizen in this city it's going to be rare that they call a city manager's name or a city council name. They're going to say the mayor. The mayor knew. What the mayor do there. I have gotten 15,000 text messages about what the mayor is going to do, you know. And so, yes, I did put this on here as a safeguard, and I would like for it to be the case. Councilmember Duchesne, I believe you had a comment.
Yeah, so understanding what you're saying about the safeguards, going back to the previous city manager, I think I recalled him purchasing 3 vehicles before even coming to the council that we had to ratify after the fact. So the safeguards just didn't seem to be there before, or they weren't important then, but they're important now because of videos on the internet. I don't know, that just seems.
And Mr. Baker is already.
Councilmember Mitchell.
The video doesn't affect me personally, but I only can go. I'm kind of conservative in a way. I'm very frugal person, and it is nothing to do with the city manager. I do the city manager a lot, and it's all about the policy that I feel like I want to set. It's nothing to do with attack. The mayor may have her own opinion what she want to do, but I have my own opinion based on what I want to do, and I always respect everyone's opinion. So I am not attacking anyone, and if anyone feels related to what I said, it's nothing to do with the city manager. It's about the policy that I feel I want to set.
Thank you so very
Can
much.
I
Councilmember
get-
White Williams.
Can I get some clarification on the last sentence? We also do not want to have a loophole that allows for ongoing agreements or contracts under the $10,000 mark. So can you explain, since this is what you put on the agenda, can you explain what you mean by that statement?
So what I mean by that statement is, whenever someone comes in with an agreement of $9,000, just to stay up underneath the $10,000 mark, but you're gonna charge me again next month, $9,000 more dollars. And the next time you're gonna charge me the next month, $9,000 more dollars. That is an ongoing, to me, a contract that should be brought back before the council if I'm gonna be paying you $9,000 a month for whatever I'm paying you $9,000 for. It's the same thing when you're talking about with, bidding out something, you know, you piecemeal it together so that it stays up under the threshold where you don't have to bid the project out. That's not what, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna put a project together, we're gonna get a whole price, and it's gonna be given to whoever it's given to with the whole price. That way, we don't have to worry about the piecemealing. And that's what this $10,000 mark, or making sure that just you coming up underneath $10,000 for each month does not allow you to continue to get $10,000 or a little under $10,000 from me for the next 12 months.
Okay, so I'm glad you mentioned a bid, because contractors do it all the time. And we are in the business, for the most part, of getting the cheapest bid. The lowest bid is what we typically go for in government. That does not stop the contractor from later to slap us with the change order that's now gonna take us over the bid. So I feel it as if we're gonna do it for the procurement policy, then we need to figure out how can we stop contractors that's performing work for us from doing the same thing, because they're doing it just to get the job, only to slap us over the head or in the face with a change order that's now going to make them more than the highest bid we received. So I think we really, before we take consideration and action on this item, we really need to look at it overall, because you can't just say, we're only gonna do it for this, but we're not gonna do it for a contractor. Prime example, McBrea Park. They were the lowest bid, but then we ended up getting change orders because the contractor didn't know what they were doing. So I think we need to probably find a way to close the loophole, not just in this area of our procurement policy, but in all the other areas, because we know it's happening.
May I say something?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Keisha White, are you recommending for us to postpone this to fix all the loopholes?
Yes, that is what I'm recommending.
You have a motion on the floor. You and Marty. This can be the beginning, and then you can tackle.
Let's postpone it so we can fix the loopholes, all the loopholes that require a massive fixing. So, believe you me, it's gonna be. I can go with it, but it's gonna infringe also deeper. As someone may suggest that.
So how long you talking about taking?
So, I would go with going forward with this, and also if the council wish to do this, fix the rest of the loophole, I'm fine with it as well.
Public comment.
Oh, okay, all right. Mr. Mitchell, were you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Ms. Greer?
Hi, Dawn Greer, 20 McDonough Street. I was in the meetings whenever it was changed from 10 to 50, and I'm almost certain that the reason that it was given was just because a $10,000 limit restricted the ability of whoever is city manager, not a specific city manager, just for the position of city manager, to do their job effectively and quickly. So that was the purpose of the increase. I remember that from when it happened in a council meeting. So, and I've seen the video, so doesn't concern me either right now. Excuse me. So I would just ask y'all to consider what the original reason for that was and take the person out of it. It's for the position, not the person, the position of city manager. And are you really trying to restrict the day-to-day timely operations of the city? So thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Mitchell and a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve Resolution 2026-26. All in favor? All opposed?
Aye.
Did I have you opposed? So I have a 3-3. I break the tie that we approve, right, Ariel? I approve, we approve Resolution 2026-26. Item 9I, council discussion on all professional services agreement. Professional service agreements cannot be entered into without first approval from the mayor and council. I believe this would need to go under procurement as an amendment to ordinance. I'm sorry, yeah, I'm not supposed to read that one. So, actually, this, I did speak with Ale, and she said that all professional service agreements, contract, whatever, it should come before the council anyway. So that's what the attorney, that's, Mr. Denmark. So, we don't have to even talk about this because all professional services should come back before the council. Should not go into a professional service agreement, contract, or anything like that. And, you know, I made the distinction between agreement and contract. She said they're both the same, and so they should come back before the council regardless of what they are, okay? Yes, Ms. Wanda, yes,
I just want clarification. So in the community development budget, we have a line item for professional services and for contracting services. The professional services includes the engineers that were approved by mayor and council by resolution, and then the contract services as well as Safe Built is part of that. And so I just wanted clarification. Do I need to bring those contracts back in May to you guys, or since they've been adopted by mayor and council, they're good?
right,
Just
they've
want
already been
clarification.
adopted by mayor and council.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me give you a highlight. In the past, with any professional service, correct me if I'm wrong, what is the senior here on the bench? In the past, when any professional service that not approved by the council, but also sent to us by email and so forth, we don't have to acknowledge what's going on. It was sent to us when I was here. I don't know what happened after that. Things have been changed, you know. It might have gone away with, but that's what I know of. And the lawyer pretty much concur what I just said.
Yeah, well, the professional services that we hire come back before the council. Whether they come back as the engineering firms that we have 4 or 5 that's on retainer or however they call it. But those professional services come back before the council before we actually pay them any money.
Yes, most of it doesn't even, we don't even have, it was just an email and a private vote, basically. That's what most of it happened.
Ms. Councilmember Deshae, did you have a question?
No, I was going to ask about what, and why they wouldn't, but I guess what you're saying is new ones being approved, not?
Right, but they all was approved by the council, so just coming back before the council, which is what they should do.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May I clarify for myself that once a professional service is approved in the budget,
That's right.
that is council approval?
That's right.
That's it?
That's
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to agenda item 9J, consideration and action on resolution 2026-28, street improvement pavement, sign posts, thermoplastic center stop, and fog lines.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion for this, but with stipulation that we pull the funds that needed from a particular line items with also with a quote from what needed to be done.
Okay.
Clear?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Mitchell, can you repeat that? I can't hear what you're saying.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this, this line items with a condition that the funds that needed to be selected from a particular fund that the council approve, with included a quote from 3 vendors.
I believe Mr. Baker referenced that already, that it was out for bid, or would go out for bid. Is that right, Mr. Baker? Is that what I heard you say earlier?
That is correct, ma'am, yes.
Absolutely. The reason why I mentioned it because it's on the agenda in the splash board, so I need to clarify that part as well.
So what you're saying, Mayor Turkley, so what you're saying is not to pull the money from Splash, pull it from somewhere else, someplace else?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Meeks.
According to the printout we got in our packet, we have $158,000 in SPLOST 5 expressly for this purpose. The gateway signage and the $108,000, let's see, gateway signage, and then there was 50 for the landscape arch and gateway signage. Could we amend the motion that those funds be expended and the remainder of the funds be taken from fund balance instead of intermingling SPLOST 5 funds that were allocated for City Hall?
You make an amendment to the motion?
Well, we
I'm
don't
just-
have a motion yet,
Yeah, I'm
because
just-
nobody's second. So that's the motion, Marty?
Could we make, are you okay?
Made a motion?
Okay, Madam Mayor, I move that we approve Resolution 202628 with the stipulation that $158,534 already earmarked for this purpose in SPLOST 5 be first expended and the remainder be taken from fund balance.
I
Do I have a
second it.
All right. I just want to make sure I have clarity on this item, because I thought we were going to get a plan together, make sure that everything was on point. Because now what we're doing is giving access to fund balance. We need to put to not to exceed.
Yes, ma'am. Not to exceed $443,714. We can add that to the end of the motion.
Not to exceed. Okay, all right, so we have a, staff is going to get a plan together on, the signage. We did talk about not having, or what was discussed earlier, make sure I was in the right place, discussed earlier, this was about fabrication. And it was discussed that we would need more than just fabrication to be done, that we were going to need hardscapes, landscape, everything as a part of 20 and as well as downtown. So they were supposed to bring us back a plan that said what steps they were going to do first, each one of those steps with what time and how much money each one of them we were talking about having to do. That's what we did in just this meeting at 5:30.
Mr.
Yes.
Bear in mind, this process is to revitalize downtown.
That's right.
Is to enhance the business community and also a lot more. So someone may see it may cost a lot, but we are investing in our community so that our community can all of the next 40 years, 60 years, and next person take over and do better job than we have. And that's the goal is.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Councilmember Mitchell. I don't have a problem with the not to exceed the 443. Does that includes the 158?
Yeah,
No, that's an
yes, ma'am. The
addition.
158 that is already in SPLOST 5, and then the rest.
Okay.
Is that Clear.
I
Thank you.
don't have a problem with expending that. I do think that we need to go ahead and get our gateway signage
Yes.
done. But the steps that we laid out in the first meeting is going to be integral. That needs to come. We need to know these processes that we're going to be going through and what we can expect to see and how long it's going to take and where we're at in the process. Ms. Wanda, did you have a question? Comment?
I just wanted to share as far as time goes, because we have approved engineers and landscape architects as part of the approved design professionals, that part doesn't go out to bid. That takes, 3 months to get that vetted. We send those out as task orders and get those companies to bid against each other to get the best deal so that it can move forward and have the design and get a bid summary sheet so that when we can have an estimate for you guys to just know before it goes out on the streets. We can talk about it, but then when it goes out, we have, line item numbers and the bids are solid.
I have a question after she's.
So can I say something there?
Councilmember White Williams?
So, Ms. Wanda, thank you for that. I do understand that we already have people in place and they could bid against each other. However, I think to make it more competitive, it should be able to go out for an RFP because there may be someone that's even cheaper than the three, especially if we have a not to exceed number and that includes the entire project. I think we should put an RFP out to allow other companies to bid on it.
We certainly will do whatever is the pleasure of the mayor and council. The bid, when you go out for not to exceed, that's an RFQ as far as you're looking at more qualification. If you're going to set a number out to not exceed. The bid itself, when we go out, just so everybody's aware, timeline is it will be advertised for 6 weeks consistently. Then we get the bids back in, we vet those out, we have an official bid opening, and we work through that. And like I said, usually the whole process takes probably about 2.5 to 3 months when you put a procurement project out like that for bid. But we certainly can do that, and whether they are, you find somebody that you like better that may or may not have the lowest bid, you may want to just consider that as well, because sometimes you don't always get what you get when you get low bid. So we're happy to do whatever you want.
And I'm not saying they may be the lowest bid, but they may actually be cheaper. So I think if we're going to change our procurement policy and we're going to change, our professional services agreement, whatever contracts or agreements we enter into, I think it needs to be a fair, even playing field for anyone that wants to come and do business with the city. I think not doing that contradicts everything we just did, and to a certain extent. So I think we should put it all out there for an RFP, RFQ, whatever it is, and see if there's a company out there that can maybe not be as cheap, but maybe the quality of work, maybe they have everything in place. So that's just my opinion.
So I would say, I do want to say that I don't have a problem with RFP or any of that. What I will say is, though, when we got architectural firms and engineering firms, that went out for bid. So that's how we got them. It went out for bid. Those companies had an opportunity to bid to be one of those vendors in our city that we sent task orders to. So it's not that it didn't go out to bid. Everybody, every company, every engineering firm, everybody had the opportunity to bid, to be one of those vendors. So I don't want anybody to think that they did not have an opportunity. If you are a small company, a large company, any kind of company, we put it out for bid. If you bidded on it, you had the same opportunities as the companies that we currently have. So,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
I do have a question. Those engineers that were selected, when were they selected? Is it years ago, 4 years ago, or, I mean, maybe it's time to reselect another group?
That might be what we need to do, select another group. So I'm not exactly sure, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I'm not exactly sure.
No,
Three,
I think
two?
it was longer.
Longer
I
than
think
that?
we had, when mayor and council at the time,
I remember when
yeah,
it was
yeah.
about 4 years
There
ago.
were seven engineering firms, and just so you know, the 7 engineering firms, staff recommended top 3 based on criteria, and I myself recused myself because one of the firms that went after the bid I used to work for, and so Griffin's Dr. Keller at the time played a big role on looking through those documents because he's a guru. He was a guru, rest his soul. But anyway. So, but mayor and council's decision at the time was to approve all 7, not just take all 3, but they wanted all 7, which included GMC, which was a former consultant that the city used for a long time, but they weren't ranked by multiple. It wasn't just Dr. Keller, but there was a committee to review these proposals. So we had those 7, and we would consistently send out task order to the 7. And then it became clearly every task order that we sent out, it was a particular firm that was the low bid, or it would go back and forth between Pond and Falcon and sometimes Precision Planning. And then it got to be where some of them just stopped responding whatsoever because they never, I have all the documents, we'd send it out, you show the bids, everybody's aware of what everybody bid, and we're notified in, procurement process. And so sometimes, like GMC was always not just a little high, but like 3 times as higher than anybody else. And so they dropped out, they stopped responding. And anyway, we got to the point where I just say all that to say we could do the same thing again and have people that have, the excitement on the initial, but then they never kind of hit their groove and win a contract and they go away. So, but I do think it's worth looking because we have new public works staff. They've worked with other engineering firms that they have good relationships with. Not that they would be considered in a biased way, but that's just the fact of the nature. Sometimes of different firms that if you're at a place, maybe that firm will bid on it where they might not if you're not. Doesn't mean you'll win it, but it's just people do business with people. Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, so let me make sure. I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Meeks and a second by Councilmember Mitchell to approve Resolution 2026-28 to not exceed the $443,714, which includes making sure that the council gets the step-by-step approach to this signage and how we're going to be moving forward. All in favor? All opposed? I have a 6-0. Moving on to Resolution 9K, consideration and action to approve Resolution 2026-29, replacement vehicle for public works. We have a quote for Chevrolet, quote for Ford, and the city manager recommends is to proceed with the purchase of a Ford F-150.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve Resolution 2026-29 and follow the city manager's recommendation.
Seconded.
I have a motion by Councilmember Meeks and a second by Councilmember Mitchell to approve Resolution 2026-29. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0. Agenda item 9L, consideration and action to approve resolution 2026-27 on changes to software systems. All software changes included but not limited to software companies, software system, and software packages. I need a motion to approve or to deny resolution 2026-27.
Council action.
Seeing there is no motion,
What
Oh,
is the
y'all go.
motion? I don't understand the motion, the resolution.
so prior to software changes.
Who is to approve?
Consideration.
Is consideration and action to approve changes to software systems? Who approves?
Oh. Oh, that is supposed to come back before the council, or it's supposed to come to the council.
Then are you gonna make the changes?
Come to the council.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
the item is not very clear. I don't see how we can take action on this particular item.
Okay.
I agree.
All
Maybe it
right.
needs to be tabled till next month or another time.
Next,
We'll remove it from the agenda. Resolution 2026-27.
Postpone.
postpone it,
postpone it.
postpone it.
Postpone it to our May meeting.
Yeah.
I need a motion to postpone resolution 2026-27.
I make a motion to postpone.
Second.
I have a motion to postpone by Councilmember Mitchell and a second by Councilmember Meeks. Any further discussion from the council?
It's to be clarified.
Yes. All, discussion from the public. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Melissa?
Ms. Melissa, did you vote? Aye, yes, no? Which one? We postponed it to.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
6-0. 9M, consideration and action to approve resolution 2026-30, the Hampton Downtown Development Authority appointments. Resolution to appoint each person will need an up and down vote. So the first person on the agenda is Mr. Alfred Williams. I need a motion to approve Mr. Williams.
I make a motion to approve Mr. Williams.
Second.
I have a second by I have a first by Councilmember Cheney and a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve Mr. Alfred Williams to the Hampton Development Authority. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor?
Aye.
I have a
Aye.
6-0. I need a motion to approve Mr. Charlie Hearn for the Hampton Development Authority.
It needs to make some changes on it,
I'm sorry?
some changes.
You need to make a change.
Yes.
Okay.
It would be,
He wants to make a change to his appointment here. Do we need to amend the agenda to do that?
No, Madam Mayor, I mean,
Okay.
I think that there's an item on the agenda already for an appointment, so
Okay.
the name is just the name.
His name is just the name, okay.
the reason is for Danielle Shipman. Mr. Earn decided he got some personal problems.
Mr. Danny Shipman?
No, Danielle.
Danielle
Oh,
Shipman.
Miss Danielle Shipman.
Due to the fact that Mr. Earn has some personal problem.
Okay, Mr. Danielle Shipman. I need a motion to, that's, Mr. Mitchell, you making a motion to appoint Ms. Danielle Shipman?
Yeah, definitely. Mhm.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember DeShane. All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0. Mr. Meeks, do you have someone at this time?
No, ma'am. My former appointee, Ms. Sonia Rushing, has
Resign.
resigned, and I am currently looking for someone.
Okay. I need a motion to approve Mr. Reginald Walton to the Hampton Development Authority.
I make a motion to approve Reginald Walton.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Cheney and a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve Mr. Reginald Walton to the Hampton Development Authority. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0. Ms. Brooks, do you have somebody right now?
Madam Mayor, not at this time.
Okay. Councilmember White Williams, do you have someone you would like to recommend?
Yes.
Okay?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to nominate Ms. Otima Ansong to the Hampton Development Authority.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember White Williams to appoint Ms. Otima Ansong. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Duchesne. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? I have a 6-0. Moving on to Mr. Dwight Harris. I need a motion to approve Mr. Dwight Harris to go to the Hampton Development Authority.
I make a motion to approve Mr. Dwight Harris.
Second.
I have a
Second.
motion by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember Mitchell to approve Mr. Dwight Harris to go to the Development Authority. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0. Moving on to, I need a motion to approve Mr. Donnie Bryan to go to the Hampton Development Authority.
I'll move.
I have Councilmember Meeks for a motion first, and did you, Mr. Mitchell?
We'll have discussion.
Mr. Mitchell? Did you second?
Yeah, second.
Second by Mr. Mitchell. Discussion?
Discussion. Can we clarify how this part work here? We know that each one is tied to a council members.
It's not tied to a council member. According to L, it's not, the term,
The
right.
term, the terms, right.
Right, the term.
So, it'd be more tied to a council person in a
Yeah,
sense.
the term.
So, however, how we place, are we gonna place, if we select Daniel or Brian, would it be for Marty terms end or our term end? Which one it is?
So I would suggest that we do Mr. Donnie Bryan at 2027 to expire in 2 years.
Okay.
And then if I'm approved, I would go through the 2029 or whatever it is, 4 years.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I
Yes.
do have a question. I think I have an old copy of the bylaws for the HDA, because I don't see in there where appointment of at-large members. Is that something new that they've done?
So they put it on the agenda as at-large, but that doesn't really mean at-large. They're not at-large. They're just members of the 7 to 9 body council, or HDA.
Well, who decided to select Mr. Donnie Bryant? Or, I mean, how was that
Oh,
done?
his name just came in as someone that wanted to be on it, that wanted to serve. Yes, so people can apply for the HDA board. They can, ask about it. So it wasn't anybody, it's not one of our, suggestion. Mr. Donnie Bryant just wanted to be able to serve on the board.
Well, how would others know that there's an available place to serve? I mean, is
So
it
it's
something, pardon?
I was gonna say, so those things are on all of our websites and stuff like that, and, I know I informed a lot of people, just trying to get somebody to serve,
Can I say something?
Yes.
So, when the agenda first came out, or not first, Ms. Hood had sent out an email, it wasn't kind of said to us that it was even going to be for appointments until after the agenda came out, and I saw it said appointments, and I called her, and she said that on the Wednesday you had said it was going to be appointments, and I was like, well, then how is anybody supposed to know that it was going to be an appointment, because that's not what was said to us.
So the item that we have been kicking down the curb,
I understand that, but I'm saying when it came out and we questioned it, it was said it was just going to be for discussion. It wasn't until after until after Wednesday that when I called Ms. Hood about to ask a question about the discussion, and she said, no, it's for an appointment. And we, first of all, had passed the time, because this was Thursday I'm calling. So if I didn't call, how were we would have to wait till Friday when it posted to know that this was an appointment, because that's not what we were initially told. that it was an appointment, it was just supposed to be for discussion.
Can I
So-
speak, Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
So again, Ms. Duchesne, she did call me and ask me about it. So originally, when it came out, your item wasn't on there yet, when me and Ms., I think me and Ms. Keisha White Williams was talking about it, she said that she wanted to be for some discussion because she wanted to go through an application process or whatever. And then, you know, you brought your items or sent your items to be on the agenda, and Ms. Pam called and asked about that, and it's what she said. So that's why in the beginning, it wasn't said, because it wasn't what it was.
I apologize if it wasn't better clarity in conversation in regards to appointments. I know we've been talking about appointments for the last 3 months for the HDA, and so I thought that was clear, but I'm sorry that if it wasn't. But, you know, anybody that, you know, wants to apply definitely has the opportunity to apply. Or anybody that you would like to serve, you can always submit their name as well, you know, so. And everyone, that's the reason it goes through an up or down vote. You know, the people that's on this list is not guaranteed to be on the board. We could have had 50 applicants and we would have went through 9 of them. When we got to 9, we stop at 9, you know, so, yeah. So I have a motion on the floor for Mr. Donnie Bryant. Mr. Mitchell, did you have something else? I'm sorry.
No,
Okay. I have a motion on the floor for Mr. Donnie Bryant by Councilmember Meeks and a second by Councilmember Mitchell. All in favor? All opposed?
Aye.
I have a 3-3. I'll break the tie and yes, appoint Mr. Donnie Bryant for 3. Next appointment for the Hampton Development Authority is myself for the council representation until the 2029. I need a motion to appoint and the mayor to the Hampton Development Authority.
Madam Mayor, I move we appoint Ann Tarpley as the council representative for the Hampton Development Authority.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Meeks. Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
I have a second by Councilmember Cheney. Discussion from the council.
So I just had a question, because you're also sitting on the youth council. So are you going to come off of one, like, you're going to be sitting on 2, well, like, the youth council as well as the HDA, like?
I'm not on the youth council.
You're not on the youth council?
No.
You're not the, I always thought you were the.
We don't have a.
No, but I always thought that you were the.
I oversee the youth
You
council along with staff.
Oversee the youth
Yeah.
council,
Mhm.
you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but in the sense of, you're now gonna also be on the.
Like the URA board. We're all on the URA board. Yeah. I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Meeks and a second by Councilmember Cheney to appoint Ann Tarpley to the to the Hampton Development Authority. All in favor?
Madam Mayor, can we
I'm
have
sorry. Oh, I'm
discussion,
sorry. Yes.
please? Okay, I don't have a problem with you serving, but you are the mayor. You have quite a few hats that you wear. I would like to see this position being filled by someone in the community that might bring a different set of eyes to the HDA. That's my discussion. Just give someone else in the community an opportunity to serve the city.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Meeks, a second by Councilmember Cheney. All in favor? All opposed? Councilmember White Williams?
I oppose.
I have a 3-3. I'll break the tie with a yes. Public, did we move public comment?
We already did.
Yes, we did.
I'm so sorry about that. How did that happen?
I was gonna ask you when it came up.
I didn't pay attention to that. Let's open the floor for any public comments at this time. Anyone with public comment? Seeing
Mr. Bill.
Oh, Mr. Bill?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got some information I just want to share on SPLOST. But first, going back 1974, I went to a Henry County Board of Commissioners meeting. And the reason I went is something going on over there. And what happened was, that night at that meeting, they created the Henry County Parks and Recs. And I was interested in that, okay? Actually, the chairman of the board, or chairman of the commissioners that year was actually a Hampton resident, was Hugh Finley. So, moving on in time, I mean, since then, there's probably been a minimum of $300 million spent on improvements around the county, by the county, okay, and improvements. Before then, it was just the youth clubs, around the county. And that was a big deal, so. And, since then, it's been all right, but about 5 years ago, the county and the cities got together and they come up with a service delivery agreement. Now, I don't know what all this service, I've seen it, but I don't know what all it says and what it means. But my understanding was that, like in Coley Park here, that the city agreed to do the maintenance on the park, okay? And the county was relieved of that thing. Well, I don't disagree. I mean, I disagree with that because, look, when the county parks, when it was created to serve all the youth around the county. So now you're going to come over here and you're going to say, well, we're just going to serve these over here in this city and over here in this city, and we're not going to do it. And as I follow social media, in the last few years, I witnessed millions of dollars being appropriated by Henry County to Locust Grove, McDonough, and Stockbridge, but not one penny of it come to Hampton that I know of, or I missed it, unless they wrote y'all a check. For example, there's a project going on now in Locust Grove at Warren Holder Baseball, $1 million. They're redoing the parks. So why should I pay my taxes to the county for recreation that's going all around the county but don't come back to Hampton? And it don't make no sense to me. And I don't think nobody really has an issue with it. I don't know if you're aware of it, but I think you should be aware of it, and I think you should point it out to somebody. I mean, one reason I come up here, I said, we owe them $431,000. What about what they owe us? Because they're not servicing Hampton like they used to and like they should. Not even fairly, in my opinion, so. That's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Bill.
All right.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
we were handed ordinance 202609 concerning open containers. Were we going to take action on that tonight, seeing as we have the Yellow Pollen Festival coming up? Or I know it's going to take 2 reads, and we can probably do the second read at the retreat before.
Sorry.
Are you gonna have quorum at the retreat to do it?
Can we do it tomorrow?
We're doing, you already.
Can it tomorrow?
The second read, I think there has to be a certain period of time between the 2 reads.
$40?
I think it's 48 hours.
Winston.
I don't think we can do it tomorrow at that meeting because it was advertised as a special call meeting and it had specific items on the agenda now. Mr. Denmark, you can tell us how we can do it.
It's on the agenda?
You can't, not in 24 hours, no.
We didn't amend the agenda.
Well, we'd have to amend the agenda.
Yes, Winston, we were going to amend the agenda to add ordinance number 202609. Is that okay?
Not a special call meeting agenda.
No, not today.
I'm talking about today. This ain't no
This
special
meeting.
call meeting. I'm talking about now.
This meeting now, yeah, if you want to do that, you can do it now. I thought you were going to try to do it.
Oh, no, we're gonna do it now. I need a motion to amend the agenda to add ordinance number 202609 to agenda item 11.
I have so moved.
10A, I'm sorry, 10A.
I so moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Mitchell to amend the agenda for ordinance number 202609, and a second by Councilmember DeShane. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, I have 6-0 to amend the agenda to add this item. Now, I need a motion to approve or to deny ordinance number 2026-09.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember White Williams. Ordinance number 2026-09. Discussion from the council?
Yes, I want to know, who brought this to the floor?
This came out of Main Street, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Okay, that's what I was thought. Yes, Main Street. Because of events.
And there has to be 2 readings before it takes
Okay.
place.
Right.
So we have opportunity to study it.
I read that.
Okay.
In reading it, I'm just bringing in the sense of, I think it could be expanded a little bit because it kind of stifles, I think, our small business. So in it talks about single serving, have a 20-person limit, but for small businesses like the candle shop, I think she's put on some come and create, you know what I mean, like my business doing we could do like a sip and design type of thing, but we don't have, I mean, I don't know about the candle, but we don't have capacity, or I don't have capacity for like a 20-person, you know what I'm saying, and what other businesses coming when they could do something in their business to add another feature like this. This ordinance doesn't necessarily help that.
So that is absolutely right. This ordinance does not help that because this ordinance is about, you know, being able to have open containers pretty much on Main Street. And what you're talking about, those businesses would still have to have a liquor license. And
No, you would still have to get a liquor license,
Yeah,
but
they would have
in a
to have a
sense
liquor
of
license.
open container, in a sense of it's, because it said, I think, in buildings and, you know what I'm saying, so even if you had to have a liquor license, you didn't meet the 20, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
For an open container.
Okay. So send that to me and I'll see, because this is just the first read of it. We can go ahead and see if it's something that can be integrated into this when we get it over to Winston. Mr. Mitchell?
You know, since the first read, I put more depth read into it.
First read, okay. I have a motion on the floor to approve ordinance number 2026-09 by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember White Williams. All in favor, any discussion from the public? Yes.
Kenyatta Baldwin, or more uniquely me, and the Awakening Trip. I want to kind of get a clear understanding of the open container, if y'all can go back and elaborate on what you were just talking about, because I came from a community that did the open container. So can you kind of go back, if you don't mind, so I can get a clear understanding of what you guys are talking about?
All right. Councilmember DeShane was just discussing about the open container and people being able to go into the shops and actually have access in the shops as well. But it has what she was saying is this doesn't go far enough to be able for them to actually have that access. Make sure I'm saying it right, everybody.
For the businesses, but not just that, but if you wanted to say, have a fashion show in your business where do something that you're trying to add to your business, but you wanted to do it like how a sip and paint, or you know what I'm saying, this container ordinance doesn't cover you being able to, because it has a limit of 20 people. You may not be able to fit 20 people sitting or doing something in one of your stores. We need to adjust it so that it could accommodate, whether it's 5 people, you know what I'm saying? To allow all the other businesses to be able to do something.
So the max is 20 people? You said limit, so what are you saying?
Yeah,
Is it a maximum?
I'm kind of lost on that because I thought the open container is to come out of who's selling the alcohol and being able to go from business to business without being bothered.
Right, but what I'm saying is as a business, as a small business myself, if I wanted to do a sip and design and I'm selling or having the alcohol in my store on a separate, not just as a festival. I am not able to, even if I got a liquor license, to do it because of that 20 persons limit.
If you obtain a liquor
That's what I
license,
say. If
that
you
would
get a
give
liquor
you,
license, it
that
avoids
gives you
that 20.
up under
But
the,
I didn't read that as being that way in this,
Okay.
that it voids it.
We'll,
You know what I'm
we'll,
saying?
we'll make sure that.
Yeah,
that
so
the
if-
liquor license would, not apply. This is pretty much about festivals and being able to.
Right,
do
but there's
that.
nothing that, you know what I mean?
I got you. So we will make the necessary adjustments. So if you have a liquor license, you're able to sell liquor, it's what it is. You know, it doesn't have a limitation on it. However, when you're doing the festivals, the ability to be able to go in and out of the stores and carry that alcohol with you on Main Street, that is what this is primarily trying to cover, from what I understand.
and it's only covering 20 people?
So the exhibit says, let me get to that section. I think inside at one time is what. Can you guys see where it says about the 20?
I was towards the bottom
Maybe
of
the
it.
exception. I have to get back with you on
Yeah,
that.
I think that on that, it's really just giving permission to come out on the sidewalks
Right on
and
the street.
engage and be able to go from location to location without being fined or anything like that. I was in the city of Woodstock, which is the outlet shops of Atlanta, and there is no limit on how many people can come in and out. When you're talking about the events and things like that, you still have to be licensed up under your business, which will fall up under the open container. So if you're doing an event like she was mentioning, my location or the Maker on Main, if we're partaking in that, then it's just that we carry a license to be able to now work up under the open container, and y'all just coming out, just like the Eats and Beats. They can go sit at the table, drink their alcohol, and not be bothered. That's it.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question?
Councilmember, 1 second, Councilmember
In-
Mitchell.
Even though I go with, I have some concern, I am really have some concern.
Well, we'll have some.
But,
we'll have an opportunity to-
Because I'm not really fond of open container on Main Street. I'm not fond of it. But I'm take a more deeper dive into it and see what it's all about. Rest my case there.
Okay. Councilmember White Williams?
So is there a way that we can approve this open container policy for all events and festivals we have on our Main Street? Do we have to come back every time there is an event and have 2 reads? Because Yellow Pollen is next weekend, the 25th. So is there a way we can, just automatically give a blanket approval for all events we have on our Main Street, such as Eats and Beach, Yellow Pollen, Summer Concert Series, or any other events? Because if we're trying to activate our downtown, that's going to be big. And, having to have another meeting, another read, to approve the open container kind of in the 11th hour, because the festival is the 25th. I think, if we can eliminate this going forward, I think we should look at possibly doing that.
Ms. White Williams, the way it's always been done in the past is, as long as the event is named, generally they will come before you guys in a block. I believe with some turnover in Main Street may have caused the issue on this one of why it's coming in at the last minute. but generally they will come in blocks. And the reason they haven't done a wholesale with it for the whole year is because the different venues require a little bit different, like she actually, Main Street will put in, from this area to this area. And the requirements, like to Mr. Mitchell's point, like on this one right here, they put, I believe, in yellow cups. That way they're identifiable. We have start and end points to where we're able to make sure that we're following the ordinance, even with the approval, and it's just not a blanket. They can walk on down Oak Street and be drinking in the middle of the road. So,
if I may touch, and as I understand Ms. White Williams' comment, the reason we're having 2 readings for this is we're amending section 612. Once we have the 2 readings to amend the section, then it will allow for each event to be approved. And some events are going to be in different places.
Yes,
So each one will come before the council. But if we pass the ordinance requires the 2 readings. Once the ordinance is passed, then each event application will take care of the permit for open container.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember White Williams to approve ordinance number 2026-09. Any further discussion from the council? Discussion from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
You're 5-1. All right. Positive happenings.
you had more public comment. More public comment.
Oh, public comment?
It did
Name
not
is
finish.
done.
Oh, it didn't stop. I'm sorry.
I didn't take it personally.
Okay, sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, this was just a kind of something I did not plan until I heard the work session comments. So I wanted to thank Ms. Sutherland for her comments that she made regarding the logo. Her research into city logos sounded more thorough than what was explained when it was first presented, months ago. I did not agree at all with the complete lack of public input for the recent iteration of the city logo. When the person who created and presented the logo at a city council meeting not too long ago made his presentation, his explanations, in my opinion, were not reflective of the qualities of Hampton. In Mrs. Sutherland's presentation, a comparison was shown between more classical city logos and commercial logos. The brightly colored logo does look more like the commercial ones. To me, it has more of a tropical appearance that does not align with the qualities that highlight the positive aspects, historic nature, and the small town charm of the city of Hampton. So I appreciate y'all reconsidering with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to positive happenings. We're going to start with Councilman, we got somebody else?
No, I want to go first.
All right, Councilmember Cheney, that's how it's coming to you first.
My positive happenings is the McBriar Park is moving forward.
Yes, it is. It's looking good, too. Is that all you wanted to say?
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember DeShane?
I wanted to say that we finished up the Citizens Academy. It was very good. I recommend it to everyone to go out and take it. It's well worth learning. What our police officers have to go through, it was very good. As well as, I know Mr. Baker had sent out an email a few weeks ago in regards to one of our longtime residents, Katie Queen, and her mother, who suffered Katie Queen suffered a massive stroke and had to be airlifted to the hospital. And so I know Miss Daniels and Dawn and the community has been rallying around to kind of do stuff for her and help her out. I don't know the latest update other than the last couple of days that she was moved back. She was sent to rehab and had to be moved back to ICU for her lungs, infection in her lungs. But we should need to keep praying for them.
Amen. That's right.
For her and the mom, because her mom also is in rehab in Jackson.
Okay.
Councilmember Mitchell?
I want to say kudos to the Public Works, and I went there yesterday, and I visited them, and it was wonderful. Louis King and Kofa, they showed me around the place and see their new uniform. It was awesome. It was a pleasure to meet them.
Councilmember Meeks?
I am ecstatic to hear that the McBrayer Park will be complete by the end of June, hopefully, and that Georgia, Atlanta Gas, and the other providers have walked, at least are making progress for the roundabout to be open. When those two things get done, I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself.
Councilmember Meeks? Councilmember Mitchell?
And additional to the council members, we're here for focus driven for the redevelopment of downtown. And they are awesome city council here and pushing forward.
Councilmember Brooks?
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can hold us here until midnight.
This is the last midnight.
Jeez. Okay, really happy to see the public participating, hearing comments from everyone, hearing the comments from Miss Kendra Sutherland. I wish we had more people to come up and speak and let us know how they would like us to do things in the city. Really happy. I won't believe that we're going to get gateway signs until I see them, because it's been a work in progress for 4 years, and it's almost like watching a soap opera. You can miss it for 5 years and tune back in, make right back up where you left off. So that is really good. I'm happy to see that, and also really proud of our police department and the way that they handled the situation recently. Also, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and I don't know if we've ever done anything here in the city of Hampton to acknowledge it, but I would like to do something. I have going to request a proclamation to acknowledge it, because I think it's much needed. And also, I would ask the council, mayor and council, to support me in an effort of actually maybe having a mental health walk to bring awareness to mental health and the importance of it and how it does affect someone that we know. That's all.
City Manager Baker?
Just very pleased with the excellent supportive staff that we have here. Great opportunity for them, and I think they're going to serve the city very well, and there's some opportunities for some growth in that as well.
So ditto to everything everybody said. It has been a wonderful, wonderful year coming into, as Mr. Meeks said, McBrayer Park is looking good. I ride by there every single day. I know that a lot of people get their exercise in the new East Hampton Community Park. So creating these gathering spaces is definitely been a benefit to our community, and want us to continue to do so. I'm sorry, Councilmember White Williams.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. My positive happenings is I'm here at the Main Street Now America conference, and I just survived a tornado warning. It was going off the whole time I was in the meeting, so I am getting off. So you guys have a good night, and thank everyone at the city for your hard work. Thank you to the citizens, and thank you to council members and all staff. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Councilmember DeShane talked about Miss Powell and Miss Queen and prayer. So let's pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, we come before your presence, thanking you for an opportunity to serve, oh God. We pray and ask that you would send down your healing power, oh God, on Miss Powell and Miss Queen as they're going through this time of turmoil in their bodies. God, we know you to be a healer. We know that you are a mind regulator. Lord, we pray and ask that you would touch their bodies, that you would bring it back to the state in which you would have it to be in, oh God. Lord, we give you all of the honor, all of the praise, and we magnify your holy name. In Jesus' name we do pray. Let everybody say amen. Amen. Do we need an executive session? I need a motion to adjourn. I got a motion by Councilmember Mitchell, second by Councilmember DeShane. All in favor?
Yeah.
I have a 5-0.
Lady.